the Vice Chancellor of UNILAK can come first. Okay, now that we have our dignitaries and the guest of honor in place, I will invite the legal representative of UNILAK. As you know, maybe for you not to be shocked, UNILAK is a Christian institution, though we are in the academics, but it is founded firstly on the Christian values. So don't be shocked if we are requesting you to start with a word of prayer. We believe that whatever we do, if God is not guiding us, we will not succeed. The representative of UNILAK, we offer a word of prayer.
I will request all of you to stand up and then we pray. Let us pray. Our most kind Father, who art in heaven, we thank you for guiding us the whole day when we are coming from our different corners for this wonderful international conference. And we ask thee, Lord, to bless each and everyone here, and every word will be spoken, be guided by thee. Lord, we thank you for guiding each and everyone when we are requesting them to come this way, and you guide them, stay at their homes, and keep safe for their families. And each who is here may know that you are with you. We praise thee, Lord, for what you have done for us. And we thank our country who gave us this peace so that we may gather like this with the peace from thee. And we know that you give everyone here to understand what will be spoken so they may have the right things to carry to their homes. We pray that everything be done according to your will. That's what we do, asking you in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I have not introduced the legal representative who have just prayed. His name is Nyogakiza Jotham, and I'm the moderator for this session, Mr. Nyonguru Richard. So the theme for the conference of this year is building cooperative resilience, strengthening capacity building, innovation, inclusiveness, and sustainability. This follows another successful conference that was started last year, which was the first conference. This is the second edition. I don't know if you remember the theme for last year's conference, those who were here. I think there are a few that I've seen who were present. Let me remind you. The first edition of this conference had a theme titled Making Successful Cooperative Societies and Innovative Entrepreneurs, Challenge and Opportunities. And it was a very successful conference. And we hope this second edition will also be as exciting as the one that was completed. The conference, as usual, is hosted by the University of Lay Adventist of Kigali, UNILAK. But for this, UNILAK is not alone. We have very good partners in organizing this conference who have been there from day one of the idea, and they are key players in the, so among the partners who have this conference, there is the Rwanda Institute of Cooperative and Microfinance, RISEM. There is the Rwanda Cooperative Agency, And this year we have also had a new partner who is the UPLIFT project funded by the European Union through the Erasmus Plus. For this conference, we have many guests, cooperative leaders, academicians, and also some other dignitaries representing public institutions. Before starting, let me introduce those who are on the high table. On the high table, we have our guest of honor, who is Dr. Olivier Mukurira, who is the Director General of the Rwanda Institute of Cooperative Entrepreneurship and Microfinance. He has been a key player. I think he can be welcome in organizing and supporting this conference, and we are very grateful for the contribution. Okay, there is a message here for those who are, maybe those who don't speak, who don't understand English or speak only French or Kinyarwanda only. There is interpretation. Channel 1 will be English. Channel 1 will be English and Channel 2 will be Kinyarwanda. Abatumva Icyongereza bashobora gukoresha kuri utwo dukoresho. Channel ya kabiri murakurikirana bivugwa mu Kinyarwanda. And those who maybe ceux qui parlent seulement français, qui ne peuvent pas suivre en anglais, peuvent suivre l'anglais à la chaîne 1 sur les instruments que vous avez. Okay. We have also some other who have been, AfriCorp have also been with us since the beginning. And the representative, the Director General, was not able to come, but AfriCorp is represented by Dr. Mary Mbugua, who comes from AfriCorp, but also at the Cooperative University of Kenya. So the Cooperative University of Kenya is also a pioneer in East Africa with Moshe University for the cooperative movement, the capacity building and education. And our guest of honors here are hosted by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngamije Jean, who has been leading this university and who have taken it from one step to the step, which is even higher what we experience today. Professor Ngamije, for those who doesn't know him, let me come back again to representing our partners. These are the guests of honors. They are on the high table, but they have come also with some other delegation. Rwanda Cooperative Agency, I don't know if there is someone who is here representing. I know that the Director General is excused. I don't know if there is someone from the Rwanda Cooperative Agency for recognition. I think they have been supporting us, but they didn't come to the conference. Amir, Association of Microfinance in Rwanda. Okay, welcome. He is represented. COP, you have some other delegation with you. Is there someone else from AfriCorp? I will come here, later. That I've mentioned. We are with us also the representative of UNILAK. I've already presented him, Mr. Jotam. And we have also, I request them to stand up also for recognition. It's our district. But we have also campuses in Eastern Province with Rwamagana district, and in Southern Province, we are working with the Nyanza district. And I think we have many representatives from the district who are the leaders and managers of the cooperative movement in those districts. So I request representative managers of cooperative in Rwamagana, Nyanza, Gasabo, who are present, to stand up for recognition. I think they are a big number here, because they... Thank you for coming. These are the leaders, managers of cooperatives coming from those districts, and they are the main beneficiaries of what we are trying to do by building the capacity of our cooperatives in Rwanda. We have also universities that are represented. This is an academic gathering, though we have also professionals, but it's an academic gathering. We have universities coming from outside Rwanda. I will start with St. Paul University in Kenya. Thank you for coming, St. Paul University of Kenya. So welcome to Kigali and Rwanda. We have also the Cooperative University of Kenya, who is also represented. I think there are two who are here. Okay. From Kenya, we have also two universities represented from Moshi Cooperative University. Welcome. And Kizumbi Institute of Business Studies. You are there, okay. Moshi and Kizumbi are the same. I have the name. Thank you. So it's Kizumbi Institute, which is Cooperative University. Well, thank you for the precision. I thought it was too... Also, representative of universities who are present. I think we have someone from Adventist. If he is already here, and we have East African. They confirmed their participation, but I think they have not yet arrived. We might maybe not have registered here. If not, we can proceed. And we have also researchers and professors and the staff from UNILAK. Let's start with our professors. Maybe you can stand up for recognition. Professors from UNILAK and academic staff who are here. So welcome. They're representing the three campuses from Kigali. There are some who are shy, who didn't want to, to stand up. And I have forgotten among universities, one of our Gabrielle was coming from Kempton University. Kempton University is a partner of UNILAK, Faculty of Economic Sciences and Management. We have many projects working with them, and thank you for coming. Lastly, I think there is the representative of Rwamagana district. I have not mentioned. For environmental studies and research, but also for cooperative. We have many projects to go on here, and give time to our guest of honor their opening remarks. As per the program, I will invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngamije Jean, to give his remarks. Also our guest.
our guest of honor, distinguished participants and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the organization, it is with great honor that I welcome you to the second international conference. The theme of this year's conference, Building Cooperatives Resilience, Strengthening Capacity Building, Innovation, Inclusiveness, and Sustainability, is both timely and urgent. In today's fast-changing world marked by economic shifts, climate changes, and technological change to transform lives, particularly for women and youth, by encouraging resources sharing, reducing risks, and digital access and market linkages. Capacity builds through research, training, and collaborative platforms like this conference. As we engage in dialogue in these 2 days, let us co-create practical solutions that empower cooperatives to build a better and more inclusive future. This conference should ensure to all of us that our priority in enhancing cooperatives is present and operational. For us, as a higher learning institution that offering cooperative management in our academic programs, cooperative is promoted and is at a leading position. We finally expect that the outcomes of this conference will shed light on the importance of cooperatives in our respective institutions and beyond. And calling you to carefully and actively participate, equip you with what it requires to develop cooperatives, commitment needed for its successful implementation. Heartfelt gratitude to the committee, to our sponsors for their dedication and commitment to making ICBMI 2025 a success. Your contributions are invaluable, and I look forward to the vibrant discussions and groundbreaking ideas that will emerge from. Once again, welcome to ICBMI 2025. Let us embark this journey of discovery and innovation together. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you a great conference.
In Kinyarwanda, they say, words are words are sweeter when they come one after the other. Amagambo ngaryo ngakurikiranye. But another round of applause for the remarks of our Vice Chancellor. And without delay, I will invite our guest of honor, Dr. Mukurira Olivier, open officially this conference.
Dear legal representative, board members present, the Vice Chancellor, UNILAK, representative of Cooperative University of guests, conference organizers, closer to consumers. Innovation is allowing cooperatives to go beyond survival and to thrive in modern, highly competitive markets. This contributes not only to economic growth, but also to social cohesion. The cooperative model shows that business can be both profitable. As a guest of honor, I encourage all of us gathered here to leave this cooperative movement as a driver of business innovation and sustainable difference on business management and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, guest of honor, for your remarks and for opening this conference. I think now, serious thing we start. There is a group photo that we participant, and then we take entering now into the serious matters of. But before we take a group photo, I think before we close this session, let me also take this time to acknowledge the Faculty of Economic Sciences and Management, because this is a conference, though it is organized by UNILAK, but specifically we encourage also some other faculties to do the same. The Director of Research, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic and Research for pushing this conference. So Dr. Christine, round of applause, and Dr. Martin, and Dr. Emmanuel, who is here. He is their boss, so, and the organizing team also, but I've mentioned only the three. Let's request the protocol to remove the chairs here and tell us how the group photo will go. Stand in front. Others I don't know how to organize here. It's a small.
Policy makers and the cooperative leaders come together to explore transformative pathways and innovation. As previously introduced, our central theme is building cooperative resilience, strengthening capacity building, innovation, inclusiveness, and sustainability. These themes reflect the urgent need for cooperative models that are adaptable, inclusive, and sustainable in today's rapidly evolving global context, as explained by UNILAK Vice Chancellor. My name is Dr. Efradi Rulinda. I have the great pleasure of moderating this second session dedicated to keynote speeches. We are honored to begin this transformative gathering with insights from distinguished thought leaders, innovators, and global policy makers. Our dear guests, our dear esteemed participants, we are now going to hear from two people. We are going to hear from two people who are going to deliver their keynote speeches. The first keynote speaker is Professor Gabrielle from Kempten University of Applied Sciences in Germany. Professor Gabrielle Schaffer is a professor of business administration, economics, and entrepreneurship at Kempten University. She is also the founder of BEGA Tools and Training, GmbH, and GS Consulting, both of which specialize in business education and consulting for SMSs and startups. From 2020 to 2030, from 2020 to 2023, she led the university's Startup Center, and she's the co-founder of the university's Africa office, coordinating academic collaborations across the continent. Professor Schaffer is an experienced leader of international projects under Erasmus Plus of the university's Africa. Professor Schaffer is an experienced leader of international projects under Erasmus with a strong focus on sustainable business models, entrepreneurship, and innovative strategies across Europe and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very big round of applause, join me in welcoming Professor Gabrielle Schaffer. Welcome, Professor, to the stage. Let's clap hands until she gets here, please. Thank you so much.
So, good morning. How are you? Okay. So, dear colleagues, dear distinguished guests, dear cooperative leaders, university representatives, and friends of the cooperative movement. It's a real honor to stand before you today at this important conference here in Kigali. It's my second time to be invited here to speak to you. I was also here at the first conference last year, and I was counting, it's my fourth time to be in Rwanda now, so starting only last year, and really advancing very fast in making good partnership with UNILAK, having a very good collaboration, and I would like to thank UNILAK for all the things you did for me, and I hope I can contribute something to the progress and advance of your university. Thank you. So, since yesterday, I even have a Rwandese name. Muharajeye is the name. I hope it's the right name for me. I'm not sure, but we will see. I will try my best. Okay. So, and I hope also to be able next time to speak a bit more Kinyarwandan than now. But before I begin, I want to express again my deep gratitude to UNILAK, especially for organizing this event and the whole entire organizing team making this conference possible. And what I want is to give a special recognition to Dr. Christine Umumararungu, who developed the entire concept for this conference. Without her vision and dedication, we would not be here today. Please join me in giving her a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Christine. Where is she? I don't see her. Okay. Okay. So the subject of my today's speech is from capacity to resilience, strengthening cooperatives through continuous learning and skill building. As I was mentioned, I'm really someone who is coming from the education sphere, and so this is one of my, let's say, focus topics that are interesting me. Now, when I look around this room, I see people who are building something very powerful. Cooperatives that provide hope, income, and dignities to thousands of families across Rwanda, and not only across Rwanda, but also probably have here some cooperative representatives also from other countries in East Africa. So yeah, welcome again. Today I want to talk to you about a journey, the journey from having capacity to becoming truly resilient. And the bridge between these two is continuous learning. But what is resilience? We have heard something about that, and so I want to share my ideas about that. Let me start with a simple question. What does it mean when we say a cooperative is resilient? So from my point of view, resilience is not just about being strong. A tree that is only strong will break in a storm. But a tree that can be bent, that can adapt, that can grow new branches when old ones break, that tree survives, right? A resilient cooperative is the same. It is a cooperative that can face challenges, bad weather, changing markets, new competitors, financial difficulties, leadership transitions, even pandemics, and not just survive, but learn and grow stronger. Think about the past years. Rwanda has faced many challenges, other countries too, and your cooperatives have faced them too. Some cooperatives disappeared, but others adapted. They found new ways to work. They learned. They became stronger. Those are resilient cooperatives. Now, many cooperatives say, we do capacity building. We send our members to trainings. We are learning. But let me ask you, is attending a training the same as becoming a learning organization, a learning cooperative? Imagine this, a cooperative sends 5 members to a 3-day training on financial management. They come back with certificates and notebooks, full of information. Everyone is happy. But 3 months later, nothing has changed. Is that familiar? The cooperative still makes the same mistakes with their accounts. The same problems continue. Why? Because there is a big difference between having a training and being a learning organization. A traditional organization says, we need training when we have a problem. Let's find an expert to teach us. Then the training ends and everything goes back to normal. A learning organization says something different. It says, learning is not an event. Learning is who we are. Every day we learn. Every member learns. Every mistake is a chance to learn. Every success is a chance to learn. We never stop. There is a man named Peter Senge, I don't know if you have heard of him, an American researcher who studied this question deeply. What is a learning organization? In 1990, so more than 35 years ago, he wrote a book called The Fifth Discipline about learning organizations. Senge said that learning organizations have 5 special characteristics. First, personal mastery. Every member commits to their own learning and growth. Second, mental models. We examine our assumptions and beliefs, the way we see the world. Third, shared vision. We create a common picture of the future together, not just the leaders deciding alone. Fourth, team learning. We learn better together than alone, sharing our knowledge. And fifth, systems thinking. We understand how everything connects, how one action affects another. Now, you might think, probably, this sounds nice, but Peter Senge studied big companies with computers and technology. Our cooperatives are in rural areas. Many of our members don't even have a smartphone, not a phone at all. We have few computers. How can we become learning organizations? That's an excellent question, but the answer is not very difficult to understand. You can become a learning organization even without cutting-edge technologies, and it may be the case that you even have advantages that big companies don't have. Let me share some practical ideas. Learning without cutting-edge technology, or even without technology at all. So first, the power of conversation. You don't need computers to learn. You need conversations. In Rwanda, you have a beautiful tradition of coming together, of talking, of sharing. You should use this. After every important activity, a harvest, a sales period, a loan cycle, a leadership election, gather your members. Don't just count the money. Ask, what worked well? What didn't work? What did we learn? Let everyone speak. The young member who tried something new, the experienced member who remembers a similar situation from years ago. Everyone has knowledge. Second, learn from each other. Create learning pairs in your cooperative. 2 members become learning partners. A farmer visits another farmer. A treasurer shadows another treasurer. They share what works and what doesn't. Next month, they switch partners, for example. Knowledge flows like water through your cooperative. Third, very, very important point, make mistakes visible. Something difficult, but as I say, very important. We need to talk about error culture, how we deal with mistakes. And I can tell you, in my country, it's everything else than ideal, how we are treating mistakes there, or how we deal with mistakes. So we all have to improve. Also in my country, a lot of improvement has to be done. So in many organizations, people hide their mistakes. This might also sound familiar to you. It's quite common in many organizations. They are afraid of punishment, afraid of shame, afraid of losing respect. But a learning organization treats mistakes differently. Of course, we do not want, and we should not want, to make mistakes on purpose, of course not. But when mistakes happen, and they will happen, we don't hide them. We don't punish the person who made them. Instead, we ask, what can we learn from this? I know this requires courage and trust within your cooperative, your community of farmers or traders or saving groups. You can create a safe space where a member can say, I tried this new approach the trainer suggested, for example, just an example, and it did not work in our situation. Here's what happened. So the whole activity was something like a mistake. And instead of others judging, everyone listens and learns. This is powerful because now that mistake helps 20 other members avoid the same problem. One person's mistake becomes everyone's learning. Think of it this way. If you're cooperative, when members feel safe to share both successes and challenges or mistakes, you multiply your learning speed by 10, by 20, by the number of members you have. Now let me explain another important difference, the difference between knowledge and competence. Knowledge is information in your head. Competence is the ability to use that information to do something well. When you attend a training on bookkeeping, you gain knowledge. The trainer tells you, record every transaction, balance your books monthly. Now you know this, you have knowledge. But competence comes when you go back to your cooperative, you start recording transactions consistently, you practice balancing the books, you make mistakes and correct them, you do it again next month and you get better each time. Knowledge is knowing, competence is doing, repeatedly and well. So how do we move from knowledge to competence? There are some essential steps I would like to mention here. First, practice after every training. After every training, members must practice immediately. don't wait. Secondly, reflection. After practicing, come together and talk about how it went, what was difficult, what worked. Third, coaching. Pair someone who has the competence already with someone who is still learning. Because learning by doing together is powerful. And fourth, repetition. Do it again and again because competence grows with practice. This is why one training is never enough. Learning must be continuous, like breathing. Why are learning organizations more resilient? Now, I would try to connect everything together. So, why is a learning organization more resilient than a traditional organization that attends just trainings? Think about two cooperatives facing the same crisis. Let's say one of their key leaders suddenly leaves, or a major customer stops buying, new regulations, whatever. So something very important requires changes in how they keep their business. In a traditional cooperative, probably the leaders panic. Not in every cooperative, of course, but it could happen. They wait for someone to tell them what to do. They wait for a training or an expert. Maybe help comes 3 months later when much damage is already done. They learn one solution and try to copy it exactly, even though their situation might be different. But in a learning cooperative, members immediately start responding. They talk to each other. Who knows something about this? What have we done in similar situations? What can we try? They contact people who might help. They try different approaches. They share results quickly. They learn fast, adapt fast, and limit the damage. I hope you see the difference. The learning cooperative doesn't wait for permission to think, to observe, to experiment, to share. Learning is already their habit. So when crisis comes, they are ready. This is resilience. A learning organization is more resilient because it detects problems faster. Everyone is watching, thinking, sharing, as I already mentioned, and also it adapts faster. Errors are discussed and learned from, and everyone's intelligence is used, not just the leaders. Everyone contributes ideas. And it keeps getting stronger. Every challenge makes it better. But now I want to conclude with speaking to my colleagues from the universities and research institutions here today. What is their role in this game? We as universities, researchers, lecturers, etc., we have an important role to play in helping cooperatives becoming learning organizations. But, and this is very important, we must ask ourselves, are our universities learning organizations? Do we only teach, or do we also learn from the cooperatives? Do we listen to the members who have years of experience? Do we adjust our research based on real problems that cooperatives face? We can help by partnering with cooperatives for continuous learning, not just delivering one-time trainings. We can help cooperatives document their own incredible knowledge. We can create simple tools and methods that work without cutting-edge technology. We can train leaders in how to create a culture of learning, not just technical skills. And perhaps most importantly, we as universities can become learning organizations ourselves and show by example what continuous learning looks like. And I'm also talking about my university. So every university, I think, has to analyze their current situation and thinking about how to become a learning organization, a learning university. So now let me conclude. Rwanda has made remarkable progress in the past 30 years. Your cooperatives have been part of the progress. You have built capacity, you have learned many new skills. The world keeps changing. Markets change, climate change, technology changes, regulations change. To not just to survive, but thrive, your cooperatives must become resilient. And the path to resilience is continuous learning. Remember, learning is not an event, it's a way of being. Mistakes are not failures, they are teachers. Knowledge is good, competence is better. Everyone has something to teach and something to learn. You don't need fancy technology to learn. You need curiosity, conversation, and commitment. When you go back to your cooperative, start small. Start with conversations after important activities. Create learning pairs. Make it safe to talk about mistakes. Build competence through practice, reflection, coaching, and repetition. Because a learning organization is not built in one day. It's not built by one conversation at a time, one shared lesson at a time, one mistake embraced and learned from a time, but this is a starting point, and you have to just do it again and again. Bit by bit, your cooperative becomes not just capable, but resilient. Not just surviving, but thriving. Not just strong, but adaptable. So this is my wish for all of you, all the cooperatives that are represented here, and also those ones who are not here. My hope for the cooperation movement in Rwanda is that you are all becoming learning organizations. Thank you, not only in Rwanda, of course, but I really would like to see more learning organizations in every sector around the whole world even, because I think this is the only chance we have to really being able to survive all those challenges we are surrounded by. So thank you much for your attention. Thank you for the important work you do every day, and murakoze cyane, asante sana.
Another big round of applause, please. Well, I remember when I was still at school, I was told about professors making knowledge. They are knowledge makers, right? And when I was told that, I was just, it was a way of inspiring me to become one day a professor, just to make knowledge. Not to consume knowledge, but to make knowledge. Thank you so much once again. Well, this was just one wonderful, Professor, thank you so much for your inspiring words, which echoes exactly what the Nobel laureate and the cooperative advocate by the name of Muhammad Yunus once said. He said, a society is never so poor that it cannot build a better future. What a society needs is creativity, is courage, and cooperation. That's what exactly she said. Thank you so much. Now, let's move to the second keynote speech. The second keynote speech comes to us from Dr. Kristoff Mupenzi. Well, just a little bit about him. Dr. Kristoff Mupenzi is just an environmental assessment expert with academic rank of senior lecturer. He holds a PhD in physical geography from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences in China between 2015 to 2018. He also holds a Master's of Science in Agroforestry and Soil Management from the former National University of Rwanda between 2009 and 2011. He also holds a Master's of Science in Engineering from the same university. Engineering, of course, in soil and environmental management from the same university. Dr. Kristoff Mupenzi He also has more than 15 years of experience in developmental projects and 10 years of teaching at university level. He also got many opportunities to attend several national and international conferences, workshops, and professional trainings on development and environmental related discussions as organizer, as a presenter, or as a participant, where he published many papers in international journals. He's also a member of regulatory environment, he's a member of Regulatory Council of Rwanda Association of Professional Environmental Practitioners. He is also licensed as a lead environmental assessment. He is an expert in different fields. Currently, Dr. Mupenzi is the dean. He serves as the dean of the Faculty of Economy of Environmental Studies at University of Lay Adventist of Kigali. In addition to that, he's also currently leading a project at UNILAK level. He's also leading and coordinating the project called UPLIFT. As you can see, it's just here. UPLIFT stands for Universities Promoting Linkages for Impactful Training, Innovation, and Technology Transfer in Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Dr. Kristoff Mupenzi to the stage for his keynote speech. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Kristoff Mupenzi. As the moderator mentioned, I'm happy to be here to present on a project known as UPLIFT, which stands for University Industrial Linkages for Innovation and Transformation in Agriculture. It's a project funded by European Union, which is being implemented in 11 institutions, 9 African high learning institutions, and 3 European high learning institutions. It has been implemented, it is a 3-year project. It started in December 2023. It will end next year in December. UNILAK is one among the high learning institutions which is implementing the project. My presentation right now is aligning this UPLIFT project with the ICBM2025 conference theme, which is building cooperatives' resilience, strengthening capacity building innovation, inclusiveness, and sustainability. Even looking on the title of the UPLIFT, which has initiated for the sake of establishing the relationship between academia and industries, so that industry partners feel comfortable with what academia is being conducting all over the world. A reason why this UPLIFT has been initiated. And if you will, let me give you an overview of UPLIFT. The project vision is to transform agriculture education through university-industry partnership to build resilient, innovative agriculture system. As indicated and as the vision of the project shows, is to remove the gap between academia, high learning institutions with the industry, specifically in agriculture context. I know that most of the participants on this ICBM2025 are members of cooperatives, and the UPLIFT, since it started, has been working with the cooperatives in different areas, as the results are indicating. Happy to have you here for this presentation. For the partner countries, as I said, we have 3 universities in Kenya, 2 from Zimbabwe. Rwanda is UNILAK, and 1 college of University of Rwanda. And Burundi, there is 2 universities. In Africa are 9 high learning institutions that are implementing this UPLIFT project. Kenyatta University is leading the consortium, and other members of the consortium are implementing the project in their respective institutions. This indicates the names of those high learning institutions, as I mentioned, 2 in Rwanda, others in Kenya, 3, 2 from Zimbabwe, and 2 from Burundi. European high learning institution comes as supporting or partners for this consortium. The alignment of the ICBMI 2025 objectives with the UPLIFT project, starting by number 1 on leadership and governance. UPLIFT strengthens high education institutions, management systems, and the policies for the effective partnerships, as indicated in different work packages of the UPLIFT project. In UPLIFT project, there is 5 work packages, as I will come back on each one of those work packages. And considering the leadership and the governance is not far from the objectives of the ICBMI as indicated. Number 2, UPLIFT is also focusing on innovation and the digital transformation. Specifically, if I come back on UNILAK, at the end of this UPLIFT implementation, one among the targets which will be achieved is to have a new academic program at undergraduate level, which is the agribusiness, Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness. During the process of, currently we are in the process of being accredited by the higher learning institution, by the HEC. During this process of coming up with the final or reaching the new academic program, curriculum development emphasizing on digital tools, specifically dealing with the GIS, Geographic Information System, precision agriculture, and artificial intelligence, and other means. While we have been developing these programs, the agribusiness, we have been considering all these possible means and partners to come up with the clear result. Financial sustainability, as I'm linking the ICBMI 2025 with UPLIFT, innovation centers, commercialization university, IP, and support startups, which are clearly indicated in work package number 4 of the UPLIFT project. inclusiveness, and social equity. Among, or the target of the uplift is to include the social consideration, a minimum 50% women participation, target across all activities, which is clearly indicated in work package number 1 of the uplift. As I indicated, the uplift project has 5 work packages. The first one deals with project management and consideration, which deals with the ethics in general while implementing, and gender principles also is being considered while we are implementing the uplift project. Of course, the quality insurances is also part of our priority so that the target can be achieved. The work package number 2 for the uplift is the university-industry linkages. As mentioned, as you are aware about it, previously it used to be said that there is a big gap between university programs with the industry partners. Somehow universities are not engaging the industries for the sake of having sustainable programs and so forth. The key part of this uplift is having these linkages between university and industries. Partnership assessment, engagement forums, capacity building. Since our 2 years ago of implementing the project, we have had time to engage members of cooperatives and other industries for the capacity building, and the presentation of today's presentation falls under this engagement of forums, bringing together the cooperatives from different areas. Package number 3, innovative curriculum, teaching methods. As I mentioned, we will end up by having the new academic program known as agribusiness, but also the existing programs will be reviewed and incorporating the new experiential learning, integrating different new approaches. I can indicate one among them known as Living Lab approach, which is being implemented at UNILAK since 2 years ago in partnership with a UNILAK partner, Yonsei University from South Korea. Work package number 4 deals with the innovation entrepreneurial capacity, where the incubation centers are at the center. Recently at UNILAK, we had a competition among our students and alumni to look for students having business ideas and being supported so that they can be mentored, they can be accompanied in their journeys, so that at the end it was falling under the work package number 4. The work package number 5 deals with communication, dissemination, exploitation. Of course, the visibility of the project since it's starting up to the end is also part of it. Coming back to the work package number 2, which focus on building university-industry partnership, direct relevance to cooperatives. Now I want to bring our attention on this, considering our participants specifically. Most of us are representing our cooperatives. Creating sustainable engagement platforms between universities and agriculture industry stakeholders. Reason why invitation goes to some cooperatives, specifically agriculture-oriented one. Key activities like partnership capacity assessment, university industry forums, long-term engagement platforms, training in collaboration skills. Also at the end, there is in the expected outcomes, improved partnership models, enhanced negotiation skills, policy improvements, and sustainable collaboration. Of course, the sustainability means a lot for this implementation of UPLIFT project. Another key concern or key part of this UPLIFT is work package number 3, which deals with innovation in agriculture education. Transforming how agriculture is being taught. Previously, I'm talking about it as academic staff, as someone who is in academia. And even you know what used to be in different universities, how the programs were designed, how most of the content were somehow theoretical, and coming back to the quality of the graduates and so forth. But the linkages between universities and industries is key. New teaching methods like problem-based learning. I mentioned the living lab approach, which is being used at UNILAK, and other innovative or problem-based learning. Learning by doing, work-integrated learning, extended internships, not only limiting at the normal classrooms, action learning. Digital tools in our current situation, we are aware about it when we talk about GIS mapping, geographic information system, precision agriculture, artificial intelligence, and the others IoT applications and the data science are a key part and means a lot for the innovation in agriculture education. For the infrastructure development, technology demonstration farms with drip irrigation and other means that are used in agriculture. For the work package number 4, innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem, supporting agriculture innovation. You know that our farmers, even if most of the time, are being considered as applying or implementing the traditional means, but practically they are updated, building capacity to commercialize, research, and create sustainable enterprises, including the incubation centers, training programs, startup support. As indicated, we already started by having a competition of our students, our alumni, in order to end up by supporting them for those who have business ideas. A focus on green innovations, supporting climate-smart agriculture, and sustainable agribusiness ventures. Not only the implementation of UPLIFT is limited on the 5 work packages as indicated, but also there is cross-cutting principles like gender equality and social inclusion. As I said, the minimum 50% women participation goal for the UPLIFT, at least 1/3 opportunities reserved for women, and this gender equality and social inclusion training for all partners and monitoring mechanisms in place. These are cross-cutting principles in all those work packages, and which is not far from what we are discussing today in this ICBMI 2025 conference. For the ethical compliance, country-specific ethical requirements, of course, we need to comply with what is recommended at country level. As I mentioned, the project is being implemented in 9 African island institutions. Data privacy and protection, of course, is important. IP policy framework and open access publications. This is a priority. Then sustainability focus, for it, climate change, sustainability, and the circular economy principles integrated across curriculum and activities. The synergies with the ICBMI 2025 focus areas between UPLIFT and this conference is enhancing strategic partnership. UPLIFT creates structured frameworks for higher education institution industry cooperative collaboration. Second, market competitiveness and growth. Training in entrepreneurship, innovation, digital tools enhances cooperative market positioning. For the climate resilience, curriculum emphasizes climate smart agriculture and sustainable practices. as indicated, not only being limited on the new academic program, but also the existing one. The circular economy practices, there is innovation centers promote sustainable resource use and value creation. And finally, financial sustainability, looking for IP commercialization and incubation support, create revenues streams. For the capacity building for cooperatives, how UPLIFT strengthens cooperative resilience. What has been done and the way forward. Technical capacity, including the modern agriculture techniques, digital technology skills, data-driven decision making, quality management system. When we talk about business capacity, like entrepreneurial thinking, financial management, and others. For the innovation capacity based on problem-solving skills, remember on the previous, where our approach, including the living lab approach, is being implemented and is a plan for the university planning. Collaborative capacity when you talk about partnership negotiation, not separating, tending to work to bring together the existing means and force for the sake of coming up with a good result. Expected impact on cooperatives, transformative outcomes, skilled workforce, of course, as long as members will be facilitated for the capacity building, stronger partnerships, having formalized collaboration between cooperatives and universities for mutual benefit as the target for all high learning institutions. When you talk about service to the community, community outreach and so forth, is including all this. Innovation access, technology transfer from universities to cooperatives through incubation centers, reminding that at UNILAK we have an incubation and innovation agribusiness center. Research insights inform cooperatives, strategies, and policy recommendations. Currently dealing with having papers, scientific papers, are not supposed to be limited in academic. We have to think about paper from academic borders to the people, from paper to the community, and so forth. Then opportunities for cooperative engagement, participate in university industry forums, as we are here together today, and for the sustainability of the UPLIFT, we are planning to have a stronger country level for having this umbrella, building on the clear partnership between academia and agriculture partners or industries. Host student internships, work-based learning, you know, our student needs to get practical skills outside from the theoretical knowledge gained in classes. They need to be hosted by industry partners in different areas. Collaborative on curriculum development, as I said, the new one, while it was being developed, different partners were engaged, even reviewing the existing programs. Also, collaborative on curriculum development was key. Access, incubation support, participate in research and data collection, leverage university innovation centers for technology adoption and business development. Now, key takeaways. UPLIFT and the ICBMI2025 shared vision for resilient, innovative, and inclusive agriculture systems. Both ICBMI and the UPLIFT project, they are sharing this vision, specifically dealing with the resilience, innovative, and inclusive agriculture. UPLIFT strengthens capacity through education, innovation through curriculum, partnerships through platforms, and inclusiveness through gender inclusiveness. Then for the ICBMI 2025, cooperative resilience, sustainable finance, market competitiveness, and climate adaptation. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient agriculture cooperatives across East Africa, across the whole Africa, across the whole world, as UPLIFT is being implemented from Europe, African countries, and having some European partners. Thank you. Let us explore collaboration opportunities. Thank you.
I don't know if that round of applause is enough. Is it enough? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kristoff Mupenzi. Yeah, those two keynote speeches are very inspiring. And yeah, I was talking about this new program, responding exactly to some challenges we are here for. So thank you so much for your insightful presentation on agriculture, on agribusiness program you are talking about, on new teaching method or new teaching methodology, very good, and also on technology in agriculture that this project is bringing. Yeah, thank you so much. I was, when you were presenting, I was also reminded of this very powerful quote by one scholar who said, the strength of cooperatives lies not just in numbers, but in its ability to adapt, as the Professor Gabrielle was mentioning, in its ability to adapt, to include, to innovate, and sustain. Resilience is built when every member is empowered, every voice is heard, and every challenge sparks a new solution. Thank you so much. That's that's where lies the power. Now, we've come to the end of this keynote speech session, but we are ready to move to the next session called or named parallel session. But before that, you allow me, if you allow. I know you're generous. So before that, there is another presentation. It's not a key speech note. It's not a keynote, a speech, but it's a presentation. Dr. Mupenzi was talking about innovation. And that's exactly the theme of our conference. Building a cooperative's resilience, strengthening capacity building, innovation. I have to highlight that again. Inclusiveness and sustainability. So now, this presentation is going to be about innovation. It's going to be about what UNILAK offers, because here remember, we are standing on an academic and agricultural ground. We're standing on an academic ground, which means what? This is where knowledge should come from. Today, there is no successful agriculture, there is no successful activity without a technology. Ladies and gentlemen, today with us, we have Mr. Vedas Wiringimana, Vedas Wihanganye, who's a UNILAK alumnus. Mr. Vedas Wihanganye, he holds a master's degree in information technology from the University of Lay Adventists of Kigali. I was expecting you to clap your hands. I don't know why, but yes, he holds a master's degree from the University of Lay Adventists of Kigali. He serves now as the director of ICT and e-learning at UTAB. It's another university. It's another local university. He's here now to talk about agriculture applied technology, whereby he came up with a technology detecting the soil property and he proposed basic crops that can grow on any specific land. Briefly, he's here to talk about this innovation in agriculture. He's here to share solutions he has, those solutions he came up with, and he's ready to share that technology with the cooperatives we have here, which is the main reason we are sitting here today. Vedas, the floor is yours. No, I'm not going to give him a microphone until you clap hands for him. Thank you so much. Because now he's not going to only talk, he's going to just to give tangible solutions. And that solution is coming from him and from UNILAK. Thank you.
Dear UNILAK legal representative, dear Vice Chancellor of UNILAK, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Vedas Tuihanganye, as he has introduced me, and I am very happy to be a part of student alumni from UNILAK. So I worked on the project. So this project, I was supervised with Dr. Enani Nyesheja Muhire, and I would like to thank him for his good contribution he made on me, so to achieve my goal. The project was to optimize the crop selection through machine learning and IoT using 7 soil analysis parameters. So the idea of this project came after identifying the problem where the farmer was facing the issue to know what kind of the soil that can grow in any piece of land. So we came up as a solution, and by introduction, by the way, in Rwanda and even in Africa in general, and even worldwide, so agriculture is the key for addressing food security, economic growth in developing countries like Rwanda. So where in Rwanda, the GDP of the agriculture, the GDP of agriculture contributed 25%. So when you take the production from the agriculture, it contributes 25% in the development of the country. So, however, the challenge such as soil degradation, climate variability, and the lack of technical knowledge sometimes hinder the productivity. And the smart farming technology, including machine learning and the Internet of Things, IoT, offer innovative solutions by analyzing the soil environment data and recommend the optimal crops. And then this study was developed machine learning-based crops recommendation system by using soil weather parameters like a pH, nitrogen, and humidity to maximize the yield. By addressing these challenges, the approach aligned in Rwanda with national development goals and the foster sustainable agriculture. So what pushes us to do this is this. The soil erosion, land degradations, and deforestations reduce the capacity to support the crops of leading the nutrient loss. So as you know, as long as we grow different crops in one piece of land, in a piece of land we have, so it remains losing their nutrient or soil properties that may affect other crops to grow very well. So another one is the farmer in Rwanda, they don't have a platform that they can show them the real data, the data from their soils in real time. So the third was here in Rwanda mainly we rely on fertilizers, but sometimes we add some fertilizers in the soil while the soil itself has other fertilizers, and then we end up make the soil lose some also other properties. By addressing these issues, it required to, we was supposed to collect the data and from the soil, and then we make analysis so that maybe we can give the possible solution to the farmers. The general objective of this project was to develop a system that helped the farmer to perform the solution, to perform the selection of the most suitable crops, so from the piece of land. And then we do this by basing on the soil properties or parameters like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, pH, humidity, and the temperature, by also applying machine learning and IoT. So the specific objectives, one was to design and deploy the system. The second was to use machine learning to analyze the soil and the environmental features. So the third was to test the piece of land, and then we develop the web application where the farmer will be able to see that information from the soil. And the methodology was the first we initially connected the devices, microcontrollers and other IoT devices, so that they can be able to communicate from the sensor to microcontroller, and then it sends information to the server. And then the second was to initialize the node MCU that will help us to push the data to the server by using the Wi-Fi. And then the third was to establish the HTTP connection between the server and the prototype by using API, so that the data can be uploaded to the database. And once HTTP is connected, we were supposed to initialize the data transmission. So once it is connected, the data will be able to be transmitted to the server. And then after transmitting the data to the cloud, the system was supposed to wait 28,800 milliseconds, so that they can upload the second information. So we did this in order to minimize the error. You know, once a sensor reads some data, so it takes time to upload to the server, and then we wait that upload, and then we upload the next. So here it was the conceptual framework of the project. So this framework contained what I was talking about in the methodology. And then here is the model we have used to make predictions. So first of all, we used the data set from the cargo. So we have not started from zero. So we started from the pre-made data from the cargo. And then, so we use this data in order to train the model. And then after that, we have to take the data from the soil, and then we suggest the crops based on the conditions. And then once the data is being uploaded, here in this project, we have taken only 5 crops in the scope, so that maybe we can test the project to see if it can work. But later on, we shall be adding another crops based on their properties. So, so the model, we have used the random forests to develop the model, so that it can be able to predict the correct crops. And here is how the system is made. And we start with NPK sensor. So we have deployed the sensor that can be able to read all 7 nutrients from the soil. And then we apply Node MCU to transmit the data. And then the data, it is supposed to be stored in the database. And then the user have to receive that data from the sensor. So now with the sensor, the Node MCU as a microcontroller, it needs power to be on, which is around 12 volts, so that it can be able to work. And here is we are going to talk about the result based on the piece of soil we have tested. And the feature analysis was performed regarding to the 5 crops, but as I have said, we are not limited to that. We shall be adding another crops in the future. And under this analysis, we've made attribute requirement level comparison among the 5 crops, and then the model determined the top crops with a higher attribute requirements, and then the following was the outcome of the analysis. So as you see, we have tested the tomato, potato, beans, rice, and carrot. So based on the results and the piece of land we have tested, so the tomato was the first one which was needing the highest pH, I mean potassium, and even phosphorus, nitrogen, but the highest value of soil pH was 6.3, where carrot was the crops which was requiring that particular pH in order to grow. So on the temperature also, the rice was the one which have the highest humidity, which need the highest humidity to grow, and even the temperature was supposed to be at least to 21.3 degrees Celsius. And here was this is the results based on what we have tested. So the best crops was tomato, the second was beans, and the third was carrot. The fourth was tomatoes. The last was rice. Challenge and limitations. We have faced with the challenge in this project, where the first one was the sensor. Sometimes the sensor may give you may not give you the data in real time, and even sometimes it gives you a long data based on the conditions. Sometimes sensor give different readings. We say this because sometimes if you have a house here, so the soil around the house, it have a different readings with the soil which is very far to the house, because the soil around the house sometimes, due to the household activities, it may contain high fertilizers, high humidity, due to other activity that is being done in that house. So means that the house activities may affect the soil which is around. So if you test the soil around the house only, it may give you, sometimes it may affect the predictions. So another one, the different farmer manage their soil in soil were not fully included data sets. So that's what I was talking about. So as long as we don't manage our soil in the same way, so the sensor also read different readings depending on the management of that soils. So despite this issue, using IoT and the machine learning may help farmer to make a better decision about which crops to grow. So, and we are talking about maybe how NGO and government can use these projects. So NGO and governments can use this project to make a decision based on the vision and the goals of the government or NGOs. So as a conclusion, we proceed to analyze the data using crops, using our crop selection model from the field. And as I was said, the best ranked crops based on the soil we have tested was the potatoes, and which was around 56%. So, and then other crops followed the potatoes. And the recommendations, we've made some recommendations based on what we have found. So we have to include additional factors such as rainfall and for greater accuracy. So to propose and build responsive system capable automatically irrigating the soil. So maybe after observing the soil nutrient, the farmer may decide to do something. So if the soil needs fertilizer, so we recommend maybe in the future we shall add it so that the farmer can be able to add the fertilizer in the soil remotely without going there. So the last was to design a system which will help also to predict the total harvest. So after having the soil nutrient and the system propose you good crops that can grow on that soil. So now we need also to predict the harvest. So what will be the harvest of maybe after 3 months or 4 months, it depends on the period that crops need to grow. So as here we have a prototype that we are going to maybe to demonstrate to see if it really work. So I came up with I have 2 types of soil there. So the one which doesn't have soil nutrient, the second which have a nutrient. Maybe you can give me 1 minute to show you the system.
Sorry. Yeah, as he's getting ready, I think he deserves a big round of applause. Yeah, right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is what we call practical skills. That's what Professor Gabrielle was talking about. This is what we call problem solving. So this is really, it's really amazing. And of course, we should never expect, we cannot expect it to have strong, resilient cooperatives without innovation. This is what we call innovation, right? And I'm so glad that this is coming from, of course, from these beautiful countries, and which promotes education, and the solution comes from UNILAK through, of course. So it's really amazing. And now this is the reason we have the cooperatives here. We have the cooperatives here so that with our efforts combined, we came up with stronger solutions, and that's really, it's really amazing. And of course, I was about to say, I was planning to say this at the end of his presentation, but of course, this is Mr. Vedast. But as you know, behind a successful man, there's always a wise woman. And behind the successful students, we have dedicated the teachers, the lecturers, and the administration. So, kudo chapeau to UNILAK administration, kudo chapeau to Dr. Enan, who was also the supervisor who worked with him. Thank you so much.
So as you see, I don't know if you are able to see on this projector. So based on the soil nutrient, the system is showing us the best crops as the rice. So, and it gives us maybe other recommendations. Sometimes the soil nutrient measures may not come as it was supposed to be based on the crops, but later on, it gives you other recommendations. So by now, it is telling us that even though we are seeing the base crops as the first crops as a rice, so we have also other things to do. So we may increase pH. We may also decrease the nitrogen. The nitrogen is very big, and it have high expectations, but also it also showing us that we have also to increase the phosphorus. The phosphorus also, it is very low, and the potassium also we have to increase it, and even calcium. So maybe I am with my friend, so you can put it on the soil which doesn't have any nutrient, and then we check on the system again. Let me refresh and see.
I was reminded of something very important. As he's testing, what's being done here is something happening simultaneously. What does it mean? It's not an experiment already conducted. It's being conducted now. Birikumvikana? Ngo ubu n'ubutaka ari gukoreraho ubu right now. He just this is a physical soil he's using. It's just like yes, maybe he's going to explain more than me, because myself was thinking maybe it's an experiment already conducted. No, it's being conducted now.
Okay, sorry for the delay. So I was checking something on the prototype. So the Wi-Fi was not going well there. So, but by now we have changed the type of soil, and then it is showing us that the first crops, depending on the soil, it is beans. So before it was rice. So it keeps changing as long as you keep changing the type of soils. So I can even show you what the sensor is reading, and here is what was about. So it is now saying that the base crops is beans, because the nitrogen has decreased from 358 to 5.3. So it keeps changing depending on what sensor is pushing up on the database.
So it's a live experiment.
Yes.
Very good.
So thank you very much. This was the presentation, and yes. And I really thank you for giving me this opportunity to present in this international conference, and I hope I'll be back in the next conference. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Vedas. And this is really what's needed. And this is what we call hands-on skills. It's a practical solution. It's not, and the best thing about this, it's not it's not an imported solution. It's a local one. The soul, I don't know, Mr. Vedas, the soul you are just using, which, wait, is it? Huh? So where did you take it, the soil from?
What?
Where did you take this soil from?
So I came up with the soil. I came from home. So because my supervisor notified me yesterday evening, so I was supposed to sit down and get ready. So I prepared it before. But even for those who have a curiosity, so we can schedule and they come, we test, so the real world environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you move this? So here is the soil.
Yes.
The physical. And here is the sensor. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this one, it doesn't have any water or any fertilizer or any soil nutrient. But I have also this, which have water in, and I have added some nutrient so that we can see the change. So this one is a 7-in-1 soil sensor. It is the one which is able to read all the nutrient from this particular soil. So inside here, we have an node MCU, which are able to transmit the data from the sensor to the server. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, based on those findings, you can recommend the farmers what kind of crops they can grow, right? So thank you so much. Now, cooperatives are here, solutions are here also. Now, Mr. Vedas, actually, this was the reason why we brought this presentation a little bit earlier than expected, because Mr. Vedas is making his brand, he's raising his brand high and higher soon. He was supposed to present tomorrow, but by tomorrow he will be in Italy. In Italy, and he's traveling just over the world because of this. So thank you so much. God bless you. Another big round of applause, please. Now, without taking too much time, ladies and gentlemen, this presentation brings us to the end of this second session of our day 1 of our international conference. If you allow, I'm now ready to hand over the microphone to Dr. Albert and Dr. Jonas to continue with the next part of our program, of our conference. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rulinda. How many allow that we continue? Very good, very good. Can we clap for Dr. Rulinda? He's done a good job. Thank you so much. ordinarily, looking at the time, the best thing I should have done is to pray. We go and celebrate this victory, isn't it? But we will have to do a little bit more. So it's time for lunch, but spare 30 minutes so that we can be able to go through the conversations that take us from capacity to resilience. Are we together? So we are going to break into 2 sessions. The main session, session A, will be on this main floor, and proudly I'll be moderating it. The second session is downstairs. We have 2 halls, Breezer Hall and Hangar Hall. So this will be able to run concurrently so that Dr. Jonas and I and Dr. Denise will be able to get you to lunch on time. We want to come back here after lunch so that we'll be able to continue the conversations that cooperatives need to continue to use. So choose your pick. Kindly see where you want to go, and then we will move quickly. I am giving you only 3 minutes to relocate. So session A is here. This is the main floor. And session B is downstairs. We have 2 floors, Hangar Hall and Breezer Hall. So Hangar Hall will go with the first topic by Apolline et al. And the second, Breezer Hall, will have the role of income diversification by Marceline and JP. So let us move as fast as possible. Let's relocate. Yes, this is Dr. Jonas. Go downstairs, and wherever you find him, be comfortable. We have Dr. Denise downstairs. Join them there, and we'll be able to go through these presentations quickly so that we can come back. We can go for lunch and be able to do the rest. All right? Yes, let's move, let's move. I'm not going to keep quiet until I see people moving. Session B, we have inclusiveness and social equity as strategic drivers of performance and innovation. Then we have the role of income diversification in reducing economic vulnerability. Those 2 will be downstairs, Hangar Hall and Breezer Hall. The rest of us who are going to stay with me, we have effect of social inclusion in member participation on financial performance of agricultural cooperatives. That will be our first one by Dr. Wambua, Victor, and then our second presentation will be by Dr. Mary Mbugwa on socio-economic factors of agricultural land conversion and the financial sustainability of agricultural cooperatives in Kenya. I want to believe your slide is tech support. I need you here so that we can have his presentation ready. 1 more minute for those who want to move. All right, we have our slide in place. This is Dr. Victor from Cooperative University of Kenya, presenting effect of social inclusion in member participation on financial performance of agricultural cooperatives in Kenya. We have allotted you 15 minutes, but if you can do less than that, I'll be very much pleased. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon at the back there. At the back, good afternoon. So I've been given 15 minutes, but I hope I can use 20. Yeah, so my name is Victor Wambua from the Cooperative University of Kenya. I'm presenting a paper on the effect of social inclusion in member participation on financial performance of agricultural cooperatives in Kenya. Now, let me just ask a simple question. How many agricultural cooperatives are represented here? By a show of hand. Do we have members or participants here from agricultural cooperatives? Oh, okay. Financial cooperatives? Okay, so you are members of what? Okay, so let me just briefly take you through the background, but I don't know whether that font, I don't know the format, whether the font is visible to everyone because there are some colors there. But I'm doing this study from not the belief, but the practice which is already there in Kenya. We have a very big, huge gap between members of cooperatives, more so looking at the ages that usually represent the membership there. So we find in the agricultural cooperatives, most of the members are already at the ages of 50s and above. That leaves a very big gap in between there, where we are in the next couple of years to come, that aspect of sustainability might be challenged. And that's where now this study is coming in from, because we are looking at social inclusion. What about if we have youths coming on board? What about if we have even women participating or playing a significant role? What about if we also have the persons living with disabilities coming on board? Because there's a clear picture that most of the members in the agricultural cooperatives in Kenya and the active participants are usually men. Not that the women doesn't play a role, but we realize that the women will always be playing those roles in the households. But when you go to the cooperatives, most of the membership are men. Now, what does it mean? So that is when all these studies coming in from, and just recognizing that globally, these cooperatives play a very significant role. And we know that, and that is now the aspect of even rural development, food security, inclusive economic participation. These agricultural cooperatives play a very significant role. And I know, I don't have much vast knowledge about what happens or what is happening in Rwanda, but I know back there in Kenya, these cooperatives, 1 out of 2 Kenyans, for instance, are members or are equally earning a living or benefiting directly from cooperatives. So that means cooperatives in Kenya play a very significant role, and that is why we are number 1 in Africa. Clap for us. I know you don't want to clap. Yeah, and we are number 7 in the world. Yeah, we're doing well. So that's why now they are very critical. And research around the world emphasizes that these cooperatives, which embrace social inclusion, ensuring equal participation for member participation, equal opportunities for member participation, looking at the ages, looking at the gender, looking at the socioeconomic status, and even the background, the academic background, all these tend to always perform better than organizations which don't embrace these clear factors such as the gender, the age, the socioeconomic status, and and those other factors. But in Kenya, we are saying these cooperatives are very instrumental, just like I've already said, in driving rural development and are supported through the national development policies or national cooperative development policies. But despite this, we are also saying that some of these cooperatives are still significantly underrepresented. By who? By the women, by the youth, and those persons living with disabilities. Because just as I said earlier, most of the memberships there are men. And in this case now, we also want to see probably what could be the influence, what could be the impact of having this aspect of inclusion, that to have women into the membership or more women into the membership and actively participating. Not just becoming members, but you also want them to participate. What about the youths? I know you, in the last couple of some months or years, you saw what happened in Kenya with the Gen Zs. So those they are coming up, and probably what about this philosophy, this cooperative philosophy of business model? Probably if they get this knowledge at this point in time and they become members, they participate in these cooperatives, probably could that inform the aspect of sustainability that we're talking about, which is part of our key thematic area for this conference. Now, and that is one of the problems coming in, so I don't want to spend much time on that because I've already emphasized where the gap is coming from. The objective of this study is looking at now the effect of social inclusion on member participation, and in this case now we're looking at what this social inclusion in member participation has to do with financial performance. Could it influence financial performance? What effect does it have on financial performance? When we have the men, the women, the youths, the persons with disability, if we have that aspect of inclusivity in our agricultural cooperatives, probably could that result into improved financial performance? So that is what we will be looking at. And the theory now which will be guiding this study to be anchored to the theory of intersectionality. So that is the theory which will be, this study will be anchored into, because in this case now, if we look at now, if we examine how the multiple and these overlapping identities like the youths, the females, people in the rural areas, all those, even the educated and the less educated, if all these people come in together, there is power in that inclusivity or that participation, and the benefits now that will be derived from that now will always result into significant impacts. So and in that case now, this theory now will provide a very useful lens that will be able to uncover now those structural or cultural barriers which could be there that could be preventing this aspect of social inclusion now in these cooperatives in Kenya. The methodology, the study will be guided by the positivism philosophy, which will be emphasizing on the objectivity, the empirical observations, because there will be some observations which will be drawn out of this, and even some hypothesis testing that will be done at the end of the day. On the design, it's a mixed method research. In this case now, we are combining both quantitative and qualitative approaches in this case. So we'll use the mixed method research design, where we'll start now with the quantitative data, then now we follow it up now with qualitative data, and we'll be able to translate that and then interpret the findings that will come out of that. Because it's also good now to get to hear what are the opinions of people, what are they saying. So it's one thing just collecting the quantitative data and also coming in now to expound on it or get a deep understanding now from the insights that will come from some key informants giving their own verdicts or their views on the same, and also getting to see whether there is any comprehensive conclusions that can be drawn from that. So target population for this, in this case now, we are targeting the agricultural cooperatives. In Kenya, we have quite a number of different types of cooperatives, but this study is skewed towards now the agricultural cooperatives specifically. And there's a reason why, and I had explained earlier, that in these agricultural cooperatives in Kenya, most of the membership is already skewed towards the men, and the ages are already, the average age is around 50 and above. That means now, if all these people grow old and they are tired, and they probably some of them are sent to heaven. So in that case now, the membership of these cooperatives might not be, the sustainability of these cooperatives might not be realized at the end of the day. So, and that is why now we are looking at this key sector which plays a very significant role. So that in that case now, I'm only drawing it from two counties, Kiambu and Kajiado counties. I know some of those terminologies could be vocabularies here, but for those who have been there, and we'll be inviting even to our conferences there. So if you come there, you'll find that Kiambu County is one of the big counties there that does a lot of agricultural activities there, and that is the county now which will represent now the non-ASAL, the non-arid and semi-arid areas. Then Kajiado County is also another county which will be which participated in this study, but now that one will be representing the arid and semi-arid counties. So now whatever we get now, we can be able to generalize that to the entire country. So in that case now, the cooperatives now will be the unit of analysis, but the unit of observation will be the members themselves. So in that case, the target population was a total of 57,640 members. I had a joke in the morning that you can go around Kigali or Rwanda in 8 hours, but in Kenya it will take you 8 hours to move from one county to another. Just from one county to another county. So in this case now, looking at now this population, I think this could be a very big population, which we are saying, like we are saying, if this is only from only two counties. You can imagine now how many people now are directly participating or involving themselves with these agricultural activities. So those, that will be the target population, and in that case our final sample being 397 respondents. So when on the data analysis, just like I said earlier, I don't want to take much time because we would want to see the results which came out of that. We will be we looked at both the qualitative and the quantitative data. And in that case now for the quantitative data, there's some primary data which was collected now using some structured questionnaires, but again, we also had to beef that up with some interviews, some focus group discussions, and then just to be able to measure now the financial performance, the secondary data was used in that case because we already have that data from the ministries, and even for the cooperative themselves, we have that data, so it was easy now to be able to get that data. So in that case now, analysis was done, and the results is what I want to take you through briefly. On the response rate, out of 387 respondents, 357 were able to collect data from them, and in that case, the representation is there, the 90%. So in that case now, if 90% responded, then it means now that was enough or sufficient now or adequate for further analysis. And just looking at some of them, some of the outputs which came out of these. For instance, if you look at the means, it means now, it means there was a strong and consistent engagement or even participation from these members. For example, if, for those participants that we interviewed, so probably are they active or dormant? How often do they attend to these meetings? Because we're looking at participation, whether their views usually heard, because there's one thing, attending a meeting or an AGM, for instance, and another thing, participating in that AGM. If you raise your concerns, are they respected? Are they heard in those AGMs? Or in those general meetings of the members? How often do they attend those trainings? Have they ever taken part in elections of officials at their cooperative level? So all that now, looking at all those some of those questions now that we were able to ask, so it shows that from the means which we were able to derive or to be able to that we were able to derive, there was an indication that there was a strong participation from these people. It's not just asking them about it's not just them being there, but it's all about them being there and actively participating in some of these aspects. Some reliability tests, or some reliability results. So looking at that again, the overall corporate alpha from these from these reliability results was 0.72, which is above 0.7. Again, that would demonstrate that it would be generally, or rather, satisfactory level of the internal consensus was high, and in that case now, those are the outputs. So again, when we were looking at now the sampling adequacy, now the suitability of the data for further analysis or factor analysis, so in this case, 0.733, again, more than 0.7 was considered acceptable in that case. Then on the correlation analysis, and for those who are not academicians, I know I'll try to rush a bit for the sake of you, but for the academicians, I know these are not very new terminologies, because I know that those who could be asking, now, where are all those things coming from? Just like the previous presenter was doing his own things, and we are not, we are hiring prototypes and all those things. So probably these could be some prototypes to some of us. But bear with me. When we go to the recommendations, the discussions, the findings, there will be a lot of English. So, but I'll get rid of these numbers very fast. So, on this correlation analysis, overall we are saying that these findings are like that this aspect of social inclusion significantly enhances member participation, and ultimately that will always, or rather, that was realized that it will always have an impact now on the financial performance. So, on the regression again, on the regression results for this again, looking at the coefficient, the R. 0.711, around 71.1%. That indicates a moderately positive association. Now look again at the R square of around 50.6. It will show that social inclusion in member participation was explained by that percentage of the variability in financial performance, and that has caused a very substantial effect. Then on the discussions, because I know my time is almost running out, and you can see the moderator is just looking at me, and I know he's not just looking at me, he's telling me that my time is almost over. On the discussions now, and now I'm done with those numbers. So on these key area that we're looking at, the social inclusion in member participation, we are saying that the financial performance of these cooperatives was found to be moderately and positively impacted by that social inclusion in member participation. Look at the R square. In that case now, we're talking about around 28.5% of the variance in financial performance. And again, we're also saying that it's very important, it is important if it emphasized how crucial this social inclusion in member participation is to enhancing the financial performance. And again, demonstrates that this agricultural cooperative financial performance can improve if you embrace that aspect of social inclusion. Bring more and more youths into the cooperative. Let them start doing or engaging those agricultural activities. And it's not just even in agricultural cooperatives, even for those who are from the financial cooperatives. I don't know whether there's a gap here in Rwanda, but even in Kenya, there's a big gap again, even the financial cooperatives. Youths are not in cooperatives. But we are trying as much as possible to embrace more and more youth active participation in the cooperatives. And that is what will drive to what we are calling the aspect of sustainability through that inclusiveness. Then on the conclusion, we are saying that this financial performance was greatly affected by social inclusion in member participation. It proved that socially inclusive member participation strategies, if you look at now coming up with some strategies on how you can be able to bring on board youth into cooperative, women into cooperative, even persons living with disabilities into cooperative, that can significantly improve what we are calling the financial performance. And in order to maximize these different abilities and viewpoints of all the members and even improve this financial performance, it was imperative that they should, that they be actively involved even in decision-making processes. It's not just participate, not just being members there, but they also play a role, because we know the decision-making in cooperatives is a very crucial aspect, a very crucial thing that will be able to drive the cooperatives into the next phase. And again, for agricultural cooperatives, we're saying to maximize this financial performance, active and meaningful social inclusion in member participation should be given a top priority. We're talking about active, meaning you don't just join a cooperative and then you sit there. Already, that doesn't mean that you're an active member. You have to be very active in whatever agricultural activities you are participating in. And in the recommendation on theory, we're saying that the study reinforces not just even the intersectionality, even the stakeholder theory, by empirically demonstrating that social inclusion in member participation contributes significantly to cooperative financial performance. Again, on policy, we're saying that regulators such as the Ministry of Cooperatives, so even the apex bodies or the ministries which you have, the ministry which we have, or the topmost bodies which you have here in Rwanda, again, I'm just trying to align that to what you have. And even those agencies should formulate and enforce policies that promote inclusivity through equitable access to cooperative membership, leadership opportunities, financial resources, especially targeting the marginalized groups. We're talking about the youths, the women, and even the persons with disability. And the last point in this, we are saying embedding this social inclusion in member participation into these legislations or policies we're talking about, and development, national cooperative development strategies will not only foster fairness and accountability, but will also strengthen the financial sustainability. And that is the key, one of the key aspects we're looking at in this conference, and even the long-term impact of agricultural cooperatives in Kenya. And those many and few remarks, please clap for me. I'm already clapping for myself, so I'm done. Thank you. I think I need to roll it back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Daktari. Takeaway for me is, if I'm a member of a cooperative, I need to be active, because that has a significant impact on performance. Very good. Now, our next presenter. My objective is to get to you to lunch. Our next presenter is Dr. Mary Mbugwa. Will be presenting socio-economic factors of agricultural land conversion and the financial sustainability of agricultural cooperatives in Kenya. So let's clap for her as she comes. Very good.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well. I can tell the energy is a bit low. And I know I am standing between you and your lunch, yeah? So I will try my best to deliver my presentation in the shortest time. As you've heard, I am Mary Mbogwa, and I'll be doing a presentation on social economic factors of a phenomenon known as agricultural land conversion, and how exactly does this relate to agricultural cooperatives specifically. So as the title suggests, we have something that is happening not only in Kenya, but all over the world, even in Africa. Yeah? Agricultural land is being converted to other use, such as residential buildings, commercial buildings, even industries and infrastructure is taking up agricultural land. So this is being spearheaded or pushed by some social economic factors such as urban expansion. Yeah? People are moving away from towns. They want some land near the villages and somewhere they can still access the central business areas. We also have infrastructure. Roads are being built. They're taking up this land. We have real estate. The price of land has been going up, and others are taking this up as a business. And we have the big project where you have commercial areas, malls, etc. coming up. In the US, this is happening also. More than 31 million acres of agricultural land has been converted. When you come to Indonesia, the case is the same. And this is affecting cooperative resilience, because if land is being converted, where are you going to actually do your agriculture from? And when you come to Africa, the situation is the same. We have other issues like land regulations. The regulations in Africa protecting land are not as strong as in other parts of the world. And in Kenya, the case is the same. And now when we come to Kenya, it is even more evident in like the historical coffee belt. Basically, counties that produce coffee are being highly affected by the land conversion. And if you just check some statistics, more than 30% of the land that was previously meant for agriculture has already been converted. So this is happening, and cooperatives have not basically, they are not running away from that problem. They have tried to come up with different responses, different strategies to tackle the issue. Yeah? So we have declining land. Cooperatives are trying to explore more than coffee. They are doing dairy, they are doing agriculture. They are trying to do value addition to just show their members that even if the size of land might be decreasing, we can still make money out of this. And of course, we have the issue of competing land issues on income. Yeah? If I have this quarter acre, if I do plots, how much money will I get? If I have the same quarter acre, if I do agriculture, yeah? So we have what we call competing land uses. So how do you make agriculture still attractive to your own members when there are so many pressures happening? So the aim of this research, we were simply looking at these social economic factors. How are they affecting the financial sustainability of cooperatives? And also we are looking at the cooperative itself. What is it doing to actually survive and thrive in this environment? So in terms of theory, there's a theory called land use and land cover change that anchored this study that simply says that we have internal and external pressures that cause or affect land conversion. In terms of methodology, we used both quantitative data and qualitative. That simply means we collected numerical data and we did interviews with members. In Kenya, coffee is grown in 4 countries. This was done in Kiambu, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, and Nyeri County. These are the historical counties that produce close to 70% of the coffee in Kenya. we specifically targeted the coffee cooperatives, all of them that operate in those specific counties. Of course, the quantitative data had to be analyzed with SPSS, that is software, and we had those mathematics, yeah? You had to ensure the data was okay, do some tests so that you can actually conduct the analysis. And because we wanted to know whether there's a relationship between the two, we also did regression just to test whether a relationship exists and whether and how strong is it. So on the findings, something very interesting we found was that 80 or more than 80% of the members who were actually involved in the study said that they had converted their land. What does that mean? 8 out of every 10 members of the cooperative reported converting a portion of their land. And when we asked them, what have you converted that land to? The first thing was housing. Yeah? Previously it was for agriculture, now a part of it is for housing. After that, the other reason was for commercial, maybe to put up some shops. And very, very few reported, actually less than 1%, which is 0.1, reported that they had converted the land out of coffee, but into another high-income crop. Maybe like avocado is bringing more money, yeah? But it was just a very small proportion. And when we ask the members, there's something in quotations there. Those were the qualitative, the interviews, the verbatism. What exactly were the members saying? The members were saying that there has been a large effect of land conversion. Big coffee estates were uprooted, and now we have what we call residential estates, yeah? Which probably is something that you can relate to, where some areas that previously had agriculture happening are now residential or other facilities. Then just to get into it, when we ask them how much money do you actually get from your agriculture, which in our case is coffee, less than half said they only rely on coffee. Then the others said they relied on mixed farming, and close to 20% said their main source of income is not from agriculture. What does it mean when your daily bread does not come from the agriculture? Do you have an incentive to maintain it? Or how will you make people maintain it if they're not reaping from it? Then just on some qualitatives, just to support that, one of the interviewees said that most families survive on coffee, but they also mix it with dairy farming, they do avocado, they even run small shops. That means one maybe coffee activity is not adequate to sustain the families. And now when we look at the cooperatives themselves, we try to test the financial sustainability. Basically, are cooperatives supporting themselves financially? The situation was not as good because 2/3 of the coffee cooperatives were categorized as being vulnerable. What does that mean? That means their incomes cannot sustain their expenses. Only like 1/3 are the ones that the incomes they were making are sustaining the expenses. And when we, of course, interviewed the members, they confirmed this. They told us that urbanization has reduced the number of members, which has automatically reduced the yield for cooperatives, which has automatically lowered the revenues of the cooperatives. So there is a trail effect. So we confirmed this relationship using regression, basically statistically, and found that the socio-economic factors of land conversion showed that they had a very strong and significant effect or relationship with the financial sustainability. Basically, they explained about 66% of the change in the finances for the cooperative. And now when we introduce cooperative responses, because cooperatives have not taken the issue lying down, yeah? What are they doing? Is it working? Yeah? So when we introduced the COP responses, we saw that the explanatory, basically how much social economic factors and cooperatives, when taken together, they explained close to 72 or 73% of the change in financial performance. Yeah? So we saw cooperatives, the strategies, the responses they're actually taking up are actually helping the members adapt and stay in the cooperative market despite all the challenges or whatever they are facing. Yeah? One of the members actually said that all the people who used the farm inputs, because cooperatives can adapt by providing or finding a means of providing the members with farm inputs. So they said all the people who used farm inputs from the cooperatives saw the changes. Another one said because some cooperatives have partnerships with agronomists, people who teach these cooperatives, they said that the agronomists have really helped the farmers. They have taught them to prune, to apply medicine. They visit the low production farms. Ideally, this has helped them to boost their yields. Yeah? So just to finalize on the discussion, the findings that the social economic factors exert a significant influence on financial sustainability are not only in Kenya, but other researchers have found the same. Yeah? Where in Indonesia, someone found that rapid urbanization, diversification weakened the cooperative resilience. Another researcher in Kenya found that residential expansion displaced coffee farming and really lowered the production and revenues of cooperatives. And of course, the findings also resonated with what the theory says. And the theory says that the social economic factors will generate some immediate and far-reaching consequences if not addressed. And finally, we have seen that this study reveals something extra, that cooperatives are not just passive agents. Yeah? Ideally, challenges will come in whichever coffee or industry you're operating in. Yeah? And in this study, what we found is that cooperatives are not passive. They do not take challenges lying down, but they are institutional actors that can take up responses and actually become part of the solution that various cooperatives are facing. Then on that factor, some of the strategies we found was like cooperatives that were adopting some strategies showed higher resilience, higher sustainability than those that were not. We see some were doing joint ventures, some had equity pooling, basically trying to pool capital to survive. Others had business linkages with partners, not only like partners like the suppliers of inputs, the suppliers of credit, so that they can support their farmers. Then something else that came up was diversification, yeah? Because you are diversifying, you're going into dairy, poultry, the cooperative itself is trying dairy and the like in terms of activities. This one actually had a dual effect. It was both positive and negative at the same time. In terms of positiveness, basically you have more income as a cooperative, as a member. But on the flip side, the diversification, if sustained for a long time, was seen to weaken the cooperative because your main activity is coffee, you are introducing dairy, avocado, many other products. At the end of the day, you are confusing your farmers. So even in some of the recommendations that we propose is that even when diversifying, you diversify in an area that complements whatever main activity you are doing as a cooperative. So just to conclude, what we have seen is that the social economic factors are not necessarily destructive, nor are they favorable, yeah? Because they are there and they are having an effect. But what makes them positive or negative will all depend on how the cooperative responds. Because we've seen the cooperative responses have mediated the challenges there. Yes, then just to finalize on the conclusion, I have some recommendations for managers and for policy in terms of the cooperative management. The first recommendation is to strengthen your internal financial systems. Yeah? What do we mean by that? You need to pay your members on time. You need to try and provide credit. You need to try and provide inputs, whether it is through joint ventures, partnerships, and then something we call timely producer payments. Why? We found that most members selling, converting their land, financial pressures are what is really propelling this. So how can you try and reduce the burden of financial pressures as a cooperative? So that is the first recommendation. The second one is on diversification. We saw that diversifying, trying new things is a double-edged sword. So when you are diversifying in activities that complement, basically they do not destroy your main activity or why you formed the cooperative to begin with. So you can intercrop whatever product it is. In our case, it was coffee farming, intercrop with compatible crops that will even boost the productivity of the coffee. You can also diversify in terms of value addition because it will still bring income to your product. Lastly, you can adapt climate smart agriculture. Basically, a small proportion of land can still produce a lot of produce than even a bigger proportion of land, depending on how the agriculture is applied. Lastly, in terms of policy recommendations, because even the government has a role to play, the first one is on zoning regulations. Basically, the government has a role to play in protecting land. So when they have laws, when they have regulations, when they plan the land use, they need to do planning that accommodates both the agriculture and the urbanization and the development at the same time. And the speculative, where we have people in the real estate benefiting a lot with rising land prices, yeah? They need mechanisms to ensure that they reduce the speculation, especially in critical agricultural areas. And lastly, in terms of land governance, cooperative strategies need to be aligned with the land governance, such that whatever priorities the government has in terms of physical plans actually accommodate these cooperatives and link with the cooperatives. And with that, I would like to allow you to go to lunch, given authority. Yeah?
Thank you so much, Dr. One more applause for her. She did a good delivery and kept time. What I learned from there is that amidst challenges, cooperatives are adapting. Cooperatives are becoming resilient. This resonates with Albert Einstein, who said that in the middle of difficulties lies the opportunity. And we, as cooperative movement, our challenges are actually the opportunities we need to exploit. Now, do we have comments, questions for these two presentations before I let you loose? Any comments and questions? Surely, there has to be one. Aya. Aha. I want to see the hands so that I can allocate time. Okay, we have to, let's, 3. Okay, so we'll start with Sir, and then we go to Dr. Mary, and then my friend will conclude, and that's it. So you're free to fire for Dr. Victor or our immediate presenter.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pauline Paul from Moshi Cooperative University. Just to improve on the findings for Dr. Victor, the aspect of youth participation and financial performance of cooperative societies. On my part, I expected to see the result of youth participation and financial performance. How do the participation of youth in cooperatives can improve the financial performance of the cooperative? So I want to get that picture very clearly in the sense that we can say that whether we should increase the participation of the youth into cooperative societies. And then, if possible, we can well define what does he mean when we say financial performance of the cooperative. Thank you.
All right.
But lastly, I would like to thank Madam Mary,
yes,
for such kind of very, very good research or solutions to most of the cooperative societies, although we found that in Rwanda you do not have much of the agricultural cooperative societies, but in Tanzania and Kenya they are facing that challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. He was adding value, and he does not expect you to answer.
Thank you, thank you. The unit of analysis we're not looking at the youths, we're looking at the members. But we're saying, you see, inclusion is where you're looking at those marginalized groups, where youths are a marginalized group. So, because you see, the membership is already clear. They are already aged, so there are no youths. But now, what about now that idea of youths joining cooperatives from this early age? What would that resonate to? Because we're looking at sustainability. A time will come, assuming now these youths don't join at this point, a time will come these cooperatives will close down because who will be the members? But we're looking at the long-term plan is now probably now bringing on board this aspect of inclusion, where now we try and encourage more and more youths to come and join the cooperatives. In Kenya, youths believe that cooperatives are for their parents. That is a notion, the Gen Zs. If you ask them, I go and milk a cow, I can't do that. But I can do it, but I can take selfies, I can take TikToks, I can do all those things. But probably just the strategy that you can be able to embrace to onboard these youth into the cooperatives is what is missing. For example, what about if you tell these youth to go and milk and then you record and you ask him or her to post? Probably that could be an avenue, a strategy to entice these youth into a cooperative, because they are so much vast with technology. So how you can twist or think of that technology and apply it into those youths and encourage them to use the technologies to do whatever they are doing, post whatever you are posting, but create content in this space we are in. So these are the strategies we're talking about, just looking at a strategy which can be able to encourage them into the cooperatives. So now we don't wait for the next 5 or so years to come and most of these cooperatives start collapsing or dying off, because members will start, others will go up, while others will go on the side, like with the drawing, while others will go up to the creator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you. My name is Mary Githinji, Dr. Mary Githinji from St. Paul's University, Kenya. My question is directed to Dr. Victor. Other than strategies, what else have you thought in relation to maybe products that could maybe have more of this financial inclusion for the youth and for the women? I know, like in Kenya, we have products that are tailored for women, and people who have enterprises that are have at least 70% of ownership being held by women. So what products do you think could help cooperatives increase the uptake of the financial services in these circles?
Allow me to stand. You see, these are agricultural cooperatives, not financial cooperatives. There are difference between an agricultural cooperative and a financial cooperative. Let me give an example. Financial cooperatives will be giving the savings and credit. You will be doing the savings, you'll be borrowing loans. They will have products. Now, let's go to the other side, agricultural cooperatives. What agricultural cooperatives are meant to do is to receive members' produce, be it milk, be it grains, whatever the produce that their members are dealing with. Now, I'm trying to explain that because probably there could be a disconnect between what an agricultural cooperative could be and what a financial cooperative could be. Now, just to address the Tari's concern, I have a proposal probably. One, how can we be on board more and more youths into agricultural cooperatives, to be precise? If you're the parent and you have a Gen Z, you have a youth, what about if you open an account for these youth and you decide in the morning you're milking, let's assume it's a dairy cooperative, you're milking in the morning, you're milking in the evening. So you decide the milk which will be milked in the morning will be for you as the member. The milk which you will milk in the evening will be for these youth. Because we know the cows in the morning, I think they usually produce more than in the evening. So if these youth can have an account, and that account is the account that you'll be taking the milk that they make in the evening to his or her account, what could that result into? Could that encourage a youth to become a member? Because if the youth only want to see, the youth want to see solutions. Don't let them trust the process. They are not trusting any process, by the way. Then they want to walk in there and start earning instantly. That could be an approach which can be used. Where now you say, in the morning, if there are two, let me subdivide this milk and say, you take 5 liters and you take 5 liters to your account. So now whenever that money will be paid at the end of the month or at the end of the week or 2 weeks, because they usually have payment plans for the agricultural cooperative when they are paying back their members, these youth can receive the money directly to his or her account, not to the parent's account. Probably that could encourage. So now when you tell these youth to go and clean the cow shed, you'll be like, I'm equally benefiting, so I can do it. And in that case, probably some participation could come as a result of that. I don't know whether I've now given a pointer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. for pushing the envelope there. And he has also given an out-of-the-box solution that could actually work as a strategy. Dr. Minji.
Thank you very much for the floor. Mine is not going to be a question, just going to be a comment or just an addition. And I thank you very much, Mary Njoki, for bringing up this land use, land cover change theory through the agricultural land conversion. Whatever I saw in your presentation, the changes or the conversions that have happened were just tackled by, or you just have assessed the conversion through community opinions, which have told you what have been converted to, from agricultural land, it has been converted to which type of land. So my comment was, if there is a possibility to integrate the result that you obtain on the land conversion based on community opinion, then you integrate it with these emerging technologies such as the GIS mapping, the remote sensing, so that you can make a geospatial analysis that will help to quantify the level of changes on or the conversion that have been happening in the study area. So you can't tell the community to estimate the surface area of the land area that has been converted. But if you can integrate with this new emerging technology, the GIS mappings and remote sensing, at least you can keep the record of how many areas have been converted for the future. And with this, you can maybe in the future compare. Compare with the past to see whether the policies that are being integrated or the measures that are being taken are becoming effective on maybe reducing the conversion that are being done, or you can even, doing this can also help to predict what we can expect in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was another door opening there, potential further research, and this is why we're here. Dr. Gabrielle said that moving from capacity to resilience is learning, and we are learning by having conversations. That makes a difference. So with this, if there are no any other burning questions or comments, okay, this will be the last one. Yes, sir?
So, my name is Alonso Ngumlemyi, come from Rusizi.
All right.
In tea and the Soko Tea Cooperative.
Yes.
Iki wenda nukubashimira cyane.
All right.
Mu byukuri muzi yuko dufite icyerekezo mu Rwanda 2050 bikomoka kuri 2030 mu byukuri natwe imijyi izaba yagutse cyane kandi bigaragaza yuko hejuru ya 60% bazaba batuye mu mujyi wa Kigali no mu mijyi yunganira Kigali. Reka dushimire cyane UNILAK kuri iki gikorwa yatangije, ariko dusaba yuko cyaba igikorwa cya komeza kugira ngo koko gifashe amakoperative menshi muzi yuko ari yagize ubuzima bw'abanyarwanda abahinzi benshi mu cyayi bagenda bavamo bajya mu mijyi, mu miceri bazavamo, mu buhinzi ubwo aribwo bwose bazavamo. Mu gihe mutegura rero policies, birumvikana yuko icyo kintu kizitabwaho kugira ngo mujye mujyana n'ingamba z'igihe kirambye, kugira ngo n'aya mahugurwa no kwitegura no kumenya uburyo twabyitegura byose birushaho kugenda neza. Murabona nk'ubu ngubu nkatwe bo muri sako, iyo abanyamuryango bagiye bagabanuka mu cyaro bajya mu mijyi, sako ziba ziri kugenda zisenyuka mu buryo bumwe cyangwa ubundi. Ubwo rero ibyo byose turabashimiye uko mwatangije iki gikorwa, ariko nigikomeza kizatwiteguza kurushaho kugenda dutegura kugira ngo tutazatungurwa. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Did you guys get what he was saying? My Chinyarwanda failed me midway, so I had to get this device. However, he is commenting on the resilience of cooperatives. What I was able to gather was that due to social factors, membership goes down and people are leaving. They are leaving cooperatives. So it's a good initiative that we have through this conference to see how we can be able to strengthen the synergies of the cooperative members. Did I get that right, Dr. Dorothy? Somehow, that's 50%. All right. So allow me to bring this to a close. The African proverb says that if you want to go fast, you will go alone. But if you want to go far, we have to go together. And as cooperatives, we are looking at a vision. We have a strategy. We want to go far. So these conversations are important for us to strengthen this cooperative movement. And your role, your participation, your passion in this, we really value it. So in your researches, in cooperative movements, the activities you're doing, know that it is adding value to the cooperative movement. Thank you so much. God bless you. I was your host, Dr. Albert Maake, Senior Lecturer in the Department of Economics. And I'm going to I'm going to ask you to allow me to pray. So we are ready for lunch. Yes. Let us pray so that we can go and have lunch. We are praying, just as we are. Loving Father, we are thankful for your goodness. We praise you for the conversations that we've had. We thank you for the meal that has been provided. Bless it. May it give us energy and strength to go about your business, which is ideally the families of cooperatives. Bless us now. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Mujoherwe, bon appetit, and enjoy yourself.
It's another session, and this is a session bringing together leaders, practitioners, and cooperative champions to share diverse perspectives, their lived experiences, and forward thinking. Or forward. Am I tired or not? So let me say this. This is just an important session bringing it together, leaders, practitioners, and cooperative champions to share diverse perspectives, the lived experiences, and forward thinking strategies that cooperatives can adopt to become more resilient and in a never-changing environment. This kind of environment we are living in today. Now, what should we expect from this session? Well, from this session, we are going to try to understand resilience in practice. We're going to understand what can be done to strengthen cooperative capacities. to what can be done, what should be done to foster innovation, to promote inclusiveness, to ensure sustainability, and to identify practical solutions. That's what we want this session to be about. Because as the teachers, as the lecturers, of course, at the beginning of each lesson, we should have objectives. And those objectives have to be operationalized. Huh? Right? Those who did the pedagogy. Huh? Yes. Il faut que les objectifs soient opérationnels. Okay, I see people smiling. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Now, as I said, my name is Dr. Efradi Lulinda. Together with my brother, Dr. Albert, we are privileged to moderate this session. But we're going to moderate, but we're now going to be the focal person. The focal person that we're going to have today, who are going to share their expertise, their experiences. Those persons are the ones that I'm going to present it to you. Now, we have going to have 4 panelists. The first one is the representative of Amir, if you can see. Amir stands for what? It stands for Association of Microfinance Institutions in Rwanda. We'll have him here, and I'm now going to say his name, or maybe I may not pronounce it well. He'll have a time to do it for himself. But as he moves forward, let's just clap your hands for Amir representative. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Then we also have the representative from AfriCorp. Representative of AfriCorp. And if you clap a hand for him, if you clap the hand for him, I want you to double because it's a sister. It's a sister, right? Thank you so much. This is Rwanda. Rwanda, our sisters, the females, they come first. Come first. Thank you so much. Clap hands until she reaches her seat, please. Then I also have, she's my sister, but also a sister to Dr. Albert. You know what I mean? Right, Albert? Okay, thank you so much. Now, we also have representative from local, no, you can just say. Or I know sisters like flowers, like nature, so maybe you can visit it there. We also have a representative, someone from Nyanza district. From Nyanza district, and I'm going to ask him just also to come forward from Nyanza district, who's in charge of cooperatives development. Hey, you're not clapping hands. Thank you so much. Now we also have another representative just from the district of Ruamagana. He's here and he'll be contributing. But you can just stand up and wave to the congregation. Thank you so much. We also have an expert. An expert in, as you said, this is a higher learning institution. This is it's a home to knowledge. Of course, a home, we can't have a home. No, a home to knowledge cannot exist without an expert. We have expert in the field in the cooperatives, and the one who have chosen today, because we have many. This is Mr. Innocent Ndikumana. Innocent Ndikumana, please. Yes. Thank you so much. Maybe that was not fair because for others I didn't mention names, but for him I mentioned names. Yeah. Now, here is a team of experts, full of knowledge, full of experience. Another big round of applause. And yeah, thank you so much. And now there will be questions to those people. Questions about your cooperatives. Questions about your cooperatives development. Questions on your behalf. But later or at the end, the microphone will be turned to you, just if you have some questions to ask. But if you trust us, we will be asking questions on your behalf. Now, I hope I didn't forget anything. Maybe what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a microphone to our panelists to introduce themselves, to give you just a full information about themselves. Okay, again, should I start with my sister? Again, let me start with her.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I am Mary Mbogwa, and now for this session, I work with AfriCorp, specifically looking at financial inclusion for members and basically the rest of the world, and Africa specifically.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Juvenal Abumukiza. I am from Nyanza, Nyanza district. I am the SMEs and the Cooperative Development Officer in Nyanza. I'm happy to be with you in this occasion at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, cooperators. Okay, my name is Jackson Kuikiriza. I'm currently the Executive Director of the Association of Microfinance Institutions in Rwanda, AMIR. It's an umbrella that brings together all financial institutions in the microfinance ecosystem, bringing together MFIs and SACCOs. Have over 15 years experience working in the cooperative movement in this country, in the region. I've been to Kenya, I've been to Uganda, I've been to Tanzania. I've done my lessons in Asia, in Japan. I have different certificates in cooperatives. And I have practiced it, both at the government level, private, and working with international organizations like IFC, the World Bank Group, and indeed USAID, when it was still breathing. Yeah, so thank you so much for inviting us here.
Thank you so much. So when you see him, you see money, right? You see money, but something else I mentioned, he's also a lecturer at UNILAK.
Okay. Thank you. I go by the name of Ndikumana Innocent. I'm a lecturer at UNILAK. I'm also a researcher in the area of cooperatives. I'm also a trainer of trainers in the area of cooperatives. And I went to many fields regarding cooperative training in many areas. And also, I have many modules I teach in the Department of Cooperative Management at UNILAK. Thank you.
So now, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You see, now we have encyclopedia here, right? In cooperatives, we have an encyclopedia. We have an encyclopedia. Now, this is how we're going to proceed. There will be questions. There will be a question to each. Then each panelists will have just a time to respond, and then we'll move it to another one. They'll be just going to be free. And then, as I said, at the end, I'll also share with you, I'll give you a microphone to ask a question. As you heard, we have people from maybe representing, local government, you have expert, you have, and also we went beyond our borders. Because it's not about Rwanda, it's about Africa, it's about entire world, right? So we're going just to learn from each other, and may God bless you as you learn. We learn from these right people here. Dr. Albert, you have any question?
I do have a question.
Voila, that's French.
Ideally, I have many questions.
Thank you so much.
So before I shoot my first question, remember we are here to have conversations. And these conversations are to enable us to learn how we're going to move from capacity to resilience. So, you'll be writing something down. Now, my first question goes to Mr. Jackson.
Can I interrupt you?
Jackson.
Can I interrupt? Haba hari umuntu utari gukurikira, utari kumva kugira ngo rwose tumufashe ko turashaka umuntu wese yumva. I'm just asking if there is anyone who may not be understanding. Utwo tuntu niba tutari gukora mutubwire, tuntu rwose n'utwanyu, hari umuntu wese ave hano. Yego. Ariya, ari kibazo ntabwo biri gukora? Technicians please, mubafashe umuntu wese yumve kuko ibingibi twazanywe no kwiga kandi kuherezo turaza gufata ndaza gufasha gusaba umuntu witwa Minji, Dr. Minji. Are you around? Ndaza gusaba uze niturangiza ndaza kubaza ngo aba bantu aya makoperative abantu baje hangaho uyu munsi mu byanyuzwemo byose batahaniki. Akantu baza kubansubiza. Urakoze cyane. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. to make sure that we are all together so that we can go far. So the first question for this afternoon goes to Mr. Jackson. And as you heard him introduce himself, I believe that he has the enough experience for him to be able to help us. Now, in the name or in the theme of inclusivity, we want to be all together, and especially targeting women and the youth. What role does the microfinance institutions play so that we can bring in as many youth and women into cooperative participation? Not just be members, but also active participants in that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Albert.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you so much for that very good question. And probably before I do my submission, I need to highlight keywords so that I ensure that I have understood your question very well. You used the word inclusivity.
Yes.
And you talked about youth. Then you brought in the element of cooperatives.
Mm-hmm.
And then MFIs.
Yes, youth and women.
Youth and women.
Yes.
And then you brought in the element of MFIs.
Yes.
Now, before I explain what MFIs do, I just want to draw, I want to illustrate it before I explain. MFIs without cooperatives are null and void. Cooperatives without MFIs do not have any headway. And when whatever you are doing, if it is not looking at the future and sustainability, then you are doomed to fail. So whatever you do as an MFI that is there to do business, that is number one. But also look at the social objective of the country and the community. You must look at the sustainability of your clients. And in an endeavor to do that, you need to do a map out of the youth and women in the community, in the area where you are operating. So you do what we call stock taking of the youth that you need to reach out to.
Yes.
After you have done that, you know maybe 1,000 youth, we have 50,000 women, you have the numbers, statistics. And after you have done that, you have the data, then you go back and you scratch your head, what can I do to serve these people, to serve this community? We call them different segments of the community. So that's a segment of the community, the segment of youth and women. How can we serve them? And serving them means what? How can we provide financial services to them? Mm-hmm. So that question will lead you to coming up with innovations. And there is no way you can serve them once you don't develop products that are centric and tailored to their needs. So for example, if the youth we are talking about are engaged in T&H, tourism and hospitality, or they are in service, or they like technology, or they are in agriculture. So you have to make sure every segment or every area of the sector, you have a product that is tailored to the need of that particular group. So that is the first thing that you need to do. Then after you have come up with the services, or what we call the products, then you need to know, is it appropriate to serve an individual client, or it is appropriate to serve a group? Now, once you find that the appropriate approach is to serve a group, that's how now you come up with a mechanism of putting them together and form a cooperative. I have to put a disclaimer here that financial institutions or MFIs do not have the capacity or the obligation to form cooperatives. What do they do? You have again to go back and look at the partners, what we call development partners in the community where you work. Is it a government entity? Is it a development partner? And then you work with them so that we can bring together all the youth and women in the community and form a cooperative. Okay. You are forming a cooperative. At the back of your mind, you already have services tailored for them. And once you have brought them together, you train them in financial management and bookkeeping. You give them financial literacy and education and literacy. You give them all the skills. And you know you are also prepared. So what are you doing there? You are balancing demand and supply. So after you do what we call linkage, you now create what we call a pipeline. You link the cooperatives, you link them to the MFI nearby, and they start tapping on the services created. So, what is the role, therefore, of MFI in serving the youth but through cooperatives? Number one, to be precise, you need to, first of all, have a list of the youth, database of youth and women in the community. That's number one. Number two, you have to make sure, because youth do not have what you call collateral guarantee or anything to help them join, put them in a group so they can now benefit from what we call mutual guarantee or solidarity guarantee. Then after you have done that, you conduct the necessary training that I have talked about. After, you help them open accounts in your financial institution. Opening an account, they start saving so that they can get familiar to the services that we offer. After, you start dispersing loans and they start making their own business. In a nutshell, no MFI can do that alone. No cooperative can achieve that alone. In an endeavor to have a balance between, we need collaboration between an MFI and a cooperative and the development partners around. That's when we shall have sustainability, that's when we shall have ownership, and that's why we shall have inclusivity in the operations that we have. Probably I can pause there so that we can pick from that.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very elaborate, quite clear, and I followed you all along. And I think the MFIs do have a role to play. And while we still have him, we're going to have more information. Dr. Rulinda.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Albert, and thank you so much, Amir. Yeah, it's a powerful insight. Ms. Innocent, we heard from Amir. Amir representative focused on he shared a financial perspective. But there is a legal representative, there is what you call legal framework, okay? Can you, as a researcher, as an expert, because yes, they said we don't form cooperatives, but our cooperatives are formed by other people, but based on existing rules and regulations, something like that. As an expert, can you talk about a legal framework? That legal framework, can you talk about it? If we have people here, for example, ready, let's say maybe they belong to some cooperatives, but someone may say, no, I want to form maybe my own. Can you talk about a legal framework of cooperatives in Rwanda?
Thank you. This is a very good question. When you talk about legal framework, you talk about existing laws, you talk about existing policies, and as far as Rwanda is concerned, I can say that there is a conducive legal framework for cooperative development. And I think to understand this clearly, let me just take you back to the history regarding the legal framework in Rwanda. Going back to colonial period, We can say that there were laws governing cooperatives because you know that King Rudahigwa signed the decrees allowing the cooperative movement to start in Rwanda. And this was just the starting point, the beginning, just a king signing a decree allowing the functioning of cooperatives. And when we go to the First Republic, during the reign of Kayibanda, there were also laws governing cooperatives, but there were some problems because cooperatives were not many, and they were also created from the top and by few people from Catholic Church, priests, and they were just controlling cooperatives, and cooperatives were just few. And if we go back to colonial period, during Rudahigwa's reign, there was the first cooperative was Rwanda, and was created just to exploit minerals. And I think if you follow the history well, you will just take some conclusion. The first cooperative was just exploiting minerals, and it was created by colonialists. Going to Kayibanda's regime, cooperatives were created from the top, and the cooperatives were very few and controlled by members of Catholic Church, mainly. And when we go to Habyarimana's regime, also laws governing cooperatives were not so well developed, because even the organ that was in charge of controlling cooperatives was the ministry, the then ministry. It was a Ministry of the Youth, then called the Mijema. Mijema meaning Ministère de la Jeunesse et du Mouvement Associatif. And it encompassed, all cooperatives were under this ministry, and there was a mushrooming of cooperatives and associations mixed, and you couldn't tell which is a cooperative, which is just an association. So you can understand a kind of legal framework was there. Then let's go quickly, because this is a long history. Then after the genocide against the Tutsi, seeing existing problems, legal framework problems, they started now working on a conducive legal framework that could benefit the development of cooperatives. That's why they made a lot of policies, revisions, law revisions, and for example, in 2007, there was a law governing cooperatives in Rwanda. And in 2008, there was, I can say this year, 2008, it was a year where many things were done for cooperative development. I can say, for example, the introduction of Umwari Musako. Umwari Musako was introduced in 2008 in the national dialogue. And it was the idea introduced by His Excellency Paul Kagame, just to promote the well-being of teachers. And today you can see how Umwari Musako is transforming the lives of teachers, providing different services, including mortgage loans and many things. And there was also the creation of Umurenge Sako. And today, in each sector, we have at least one Umurenge Sako. So you can see the development. And regarding revisions, laws have been revised many times just for the development of a cooperative movement. In 2011, the law was revised just to improve, to include some clauses that will benefit the welfare of members and the development of cooperative movement. And also in 2021, the law was also revised. And if you look at each revision, you can find some new laws just to improve the welfare of members. And in 2024, last year, there was also the revision of the law governing cooperatives. And in each revision, they provided some conducive environment for cooperative development. So the question regarding legal framework, I can say that in a nutshell, the government is doing a lot to promote cooperatives through creating a conducive legal environment. And I've been talking with people from different, representing different countries. They have been saying that Rwanda has done a lot to create a conducive environment for cooperative development. And what remains to be done is just for cooperative members to benefit, to take advantage of this existing legal, conducive legal environment that the government has put in place. And I think in a nutshell, this is what I would say regarding legal environment for cooperative movement. Thank you. Legal framework. Okay.
Thank you so much, Brother Innocent. Maybe as we still hold the microphone. Yes, this is a higher learning institution. And as I said, it's a home to knowledge. As you were presenting, there's a question which came to my mind. Yes, as an expert, as a trainer, as a researcher, what role should universities, should higher learning institutions like this one, yes, we heard from financial institutions, what they are doing, of course, but as also someone from academia, what should cooperative expect from higher learning institutions to promote innovation, to promote sustainability, to promote inclusiveness that Jackson was talking about? What should be that expectation, those expectations, the people, what should wait expected from your higher learning institutions? Before we move it to Nyanza.
Okay. Thank you. Of course.
And remember, we are talking about something like UPLIFT, something like that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I think as I was talking about the conducive legal framework, the conducive legal environment that the government has put in place, we as higher learning institutions, we must take advantage of the existing conducive legal environment. That's the reason why we have started the department specialized in training in the area of cooperatives, cooperative department. We have it at UNILAK to train students who will be future managers of cooperatives. That's one. And second, short trainings provided to cooperative members. Taking an example of UNILAK, we have trained many cooperatives in different areas. We went to Nyanza to train cooperators, members of cooperatives from the field, training about cooperative governance, cooperative bookkeeping, cooperative auditing, and we were meeting members where they operate. We went to Rwamagana, and in Rwamagana we even spent the whole week where we gathered all members of cooperatives leaders of cooperatives from the whole province, Eastern Province. They gathered in Rwamagana campus the whole week. They were accommodated there, they were fed there, and we had different partners. The UNILAK and the Rwamagana district tried to look for different partners who contributed to financing the event. And this is a very good experience where you gather members from the whole province in our institution. They were accommodated there, they were fed there, and they followed the trainings for the whole week. And I think it was not for one time. There were many times where we invited members to be trained in Rwamagana campus. And even recently we were at Rwamagana campus. We are training members, and some I have seen them here, about the new cooperative law, because members needed to know their rights. We found that cooperative members don't know their rights. And once they know their rights, once they know how to, the good leadership principles, this will contribute to the development of the cooperatives. We were there, and we trained members on cooperative law, on leadership, and it was a very good experience. Regarding UPLIFT that you were mentioning, we went to Nyanza. We gathered members of cooperatives from different areas under the sponsorship of UPLIFT, and we trained cooperative members in strategic planning, in business planning, and cooperative auditing. And the members were very much excited because they got some insights about how to plan, how to write their strategic plans, how to write their business plans, and how to conduct auditing activities in their cooperatives. I think higher learning institutions have many things to do regarding cooperative development, and these are just a few examples I was mentioning. Thank you.
Yes, this is what's happening in Rwanda, and very soon we're going to move out of borders of Rwanda. But before, talking about training cooperatives just in Nyanza, Rwamagana, I hope what you said is true, because we have witnesses. Especially we have someone from Rwamagana, we have someone from Nyanza. They are going to tell us if that's true, if not true. But before I get there, higher learning institutions, they are providing skills and knowledge. Financial institutions, they are providing what? Money. But is something else needed? That's leadership. leadership of cooperatives. Let's hear from Nyanza. We have our brother, Juvenal. He's in charge of cooperatives development in Nyanza, of course. He's going someone from Rwamagana may also, if needed, he may also add, if he has something to add. So now you're just in charge of cooperative development. What are the main challenges cooperatives in Rwanda are facing, and what kind of help as local authorities do you provide? Of course, based on that legal framework Mr. Innocent was talking about before we learn from Kenya. Thank you.
I thank you for the floor, but can you allow me somehow change the game rules? Mm-hmm. Because I want to talk in Kinyarwanda.
Yes.
I think we have many friends, cooperative leaders, circle managers, who would like maybe to ask some questions. So let them be free to ask their questions in Kinyarwanda.
Sure.
That's the reason why I would like to continue in Kinyarwanda.
We are just people of people and for people.
Thank you.
Now, that being the case, we are going to shift. Those who are not using those tools, you're going to use them. Those who are using, you're going to drop them.
Murakoze cyane. Amazina nyasubiyemo ni Juvenal Habumukiza, ushinzwe iterambere ry'amakoperative n'abikorera mu karere ka Nyanza. Na amahirwe ngize kwitabira inama kandi ibibazo mwambajije nabyumvise. Ndashima ubufatanye bw'inzego zitandukanye kugira ngo amakoperative dufite hariya n'andi azavuka nyuma abashe guhangana koko n'ibibazo bitari bike abahanganye nabyo agenda anyuramo. Uko bigaragara amwe aratangira yakageza igihe runaka agahagarara. Hari impamvu zitandukanye mu kiganiro twakurikiranye mbere yo kujya kuri lunch. Hari impamvu zatangwaga zituma koperative zimwe zihagarika ibikorwa byazo, ariko hari n'ikibazo mwabajije muba mutenda niba ngombwa ngivugeho, niba koko ubufatanye bwa kaminuza n'amashuri makuru mu bikorwa bitandukanye biteza imbere amakoperative. Ndabizi ko bikorwa. Ishami rya UNILAK rikorera iwacu i Nyanza bohereza abanyeshuri bajya kwimenyereza, ariko nayo mahugurwa yarabaye, ndetse harandi twateganyije nkoranye na Dr. Denise yendaga kuba tugira ngo n'ubundi azabaho. Ni umushinga mwiza wo kubaka ubushobozi bw'abanyamuryango ba koperative. Profesa wa mudamu Mudage wa tubaye ikiganiro mu gitondo hari ikintu yavuze gikomeye. Teze ko abantu bahora bigishwa ariko bagakomeza bagakora nkaho batigishijwe, ariko aza kwisubiza avuga ati atanga igisubizo ko kwigisha nyiza ari uguhozaho. Iyo wigisha ukabona umunyeshuri ntabwo yafashe neza ibyo wamwigishije, ntabwo umureka, urongera ukamwicaza ukareba aho atari mwabikora neza, ukamufasha kubyumva neza. Rero koperative dufite hariya mu turere zirahari. Iyo turebye muri rekodi za RCA tubona koperative nyinshi zagiye zandikwa zahawe ubuzima gatozi, ariko inyinshi ntabwo zigikora. Hari nyinshi zitagikora kubera impamvu nyine zitandukanye zahuye n'ibibazo. ntizashobora gukomeza, resilience yazo zirananirwa. Ariko turi gukora iki kugira ngo yenda izananiwe zibe zabyuka? Izananiwe mu minsi ishize hakozwe ubushakashatsi kugira ngo turebe ngo ese muri izi koperative, ubushakashatsi bwakozwe RCA ifatanyije n'uturere, iyo mvuze uturere ubwo bigira no mu mirenge kuko naho tuhafite abakozi bashinzwe iterambere ry'amakoperative. Twakoze isesengura dusura hafi amakoperative yose kugira ngo tumenye ashobora kuba yabyuka cyangwa se ayo bidashoboka, nagifite imbaraga zo gukora kugira ngo akomeze gukurikiranirwa hafi, nayo hato atazagwa nk'ayo ngayo yahagaritse ibikorwa. Ikigaragara rero nuko hari amakoperative koko yahagaritse ibikorwa, amwe kubura aho gukorera. Hari nk'abakoreraga ku butaka butari ubwabo bwigengaho, iyo bene ubutaka babusubiranye iyo koperative irahagarara. Koperative yagize ibibazo by'imicungire kuko nabyo bibaho, iyo idakurikiraniwe hafi ngo abagize uruhare yena mu kudacunga neza umutungo wa koperative ugaruzwe, abanyamuryango bibaca intege bakayihorera. Urebye imbogamizi zikomeye ziri mu miyoborere, aho usanga benshi mu banyamuryango ba koperative dufite urwego rw'ubumenyi baba bafite mu gucunga koperative ntabwo ruba ruri ku rwego rushimishije. Ndavuga ibijyanye n'amashuri baba barize, usanga rero baba bakeneye ko nabura baba bafite abakozi babyize bize ibijyanye no gucunga koperative, ibijyanye no gucunga umutungo kugira ngo babafashe. Iyo koperative zigize abakozi beza b'inyangamugayo zirarama, ariko iyo bagize abakozi badafite izo ndangagaciro z'ubunyangamugayo, ibyo nabyo biri mu bisenya koperative zimwe na zimwe. Numva rero nk'inzego z'ubuyobozi zegereye abaturage mwambaze mutese inzego zikora iki? Hari ibyo dukora kugira ngo koperative zivuke, ariko hari n'ibyo dukora kugira ngo izagize ibibazo zibashe kubisohokamo kandi neza, ndetse hari n'ibyo dukora kugira ngo dukumire ibibazo byashobora kubaho. Kugira ngo koperative zivuke, ubu wavuze ibijyanye na legal framework yabivuzeho ku itegeko ryagiye rivugururwa ku buryo kugira ngo mutangize koperative hari umubare wasabaga mu minsi yashize, ariko itegeko uyu munsi turi kugenderaho ryo muri 2024 riteganya ko gutangiza koperative muri rusange abantu bake 10 bashobora kuyitangiza, uretse umwihariko ushyirwa ku bafite ubumuga. Abafite ubumuga gutangiza koperative bo abantu 5 biremewe ko bayitangiza, ariko hari amabwiriza dutegereze ko azasohoka kugira ngo kuko urumva umubare ubari mukeya baba ari abanyamuryango bakeya, gushyiraho inzego hari amabwiriza dutegereje kugira ngo tuzamenye ngo iyo koperative iramutse ivutse ese yayoborwa gute, inzego zaba zimeze gute. Ubwo navuga ku bijyanye mobilisation, gukangurira rero abaturage kugira ngo bibumbire hamwe bakorere hamwe, kuko koperative ni ishoramari. Muri koperative harimo ibintu bibiri byitabwaho. Ntabwo koperative ari ishyirahamwe risanzwe, ni koperative igamije gusohora imari. Nubwo harimo ikindi kijyanye n'imibanire, kuko abantu iyo bari hamwe yabivuga ati koperative ni learning organization, ni ishuri umuntu yigiramo ibintu bitandukanye, yigiramo gukora ibibyara umusaruro bitanga inyungu, ariko yigiramo no kubana n'abandi, yigiramo n'ibindi gahunda z'igihugu zose bazigiramo n'uruhare baba bagomba kuzigiramo. Rero ubukangurambaga burakorwa kugira ngo abaturage bakore, bikure mu bukene, biteze imbere, kandi be kuba mu bwigunge ndetse n'ubushobozi bwakwegeranywa kugira ngo bafashe kwiteza imbere. Uko wafasha umuntu umwe ku giti cye byagorana, ariko abantu bari hamwe biroroha ko bashobora guhabwa ubufasha bushobora gutuma biteza imbere bagatera imbere ari benshi kurutsa ko wagenda ureba umuntu umwe. Inzego z'ibanze rero mu byo twitaho harimo no gukangurira abantu cyane bakora imirimo ihura ifitanye isano kwibumbira hamwe kugira ngo bahuze imbaraga. Ikindi dukora ni ukubaba hafi muri kwa kububakira ubushobozi, kubigisha kenshi aho bahurira ni mu nteko rusange. Nk'ubu mu kwezi kwa 10 bagenzi banjye bari hano barabizi, ari amabwiriza RCA yatanze yibutsa abayobozi b'amakoperative gutumira inteko rusange zo mu kwezi kwa 10. Yari umubare utarenza abanyamuryango benshi 100, inteko rusange yitabirwa n'abanyamuryango bose. Aho rero ni umwanya mwiza wo guhabwa bimwe mu biganiro n'inyigisho rusange abanyamuryango baba bakwiriye kugira ngo bamenye rwa ruhare rwabo mu gutuma koperative yabo irama itera imbere. Mu kindi dukora no gukurikirana kugira ngo bya bibazo by'imicungire by'imiyoborere bigende bikumirwa, kuko nabyo biri mu bituma koperative zisubira inyuma cyangwa zigasenyuka. Ibyo kandi ntabwo tubikora twenyine, ni ku bufatanye na RCA ndetse n'abandi bafatanyabikorwa nk'uko namwe iki gikorwa mwakoze uyu munsi nka UNILAK ari igikorwa cy'indashyikirwa, kuko uru ni urubuga Profesa yabivuga neza ko kwiga kwiza abantu bigira mu biganiro, aho abantu bahabwa urubuga bose bakavuga bakisanzura. Niba ari n'amakosa yabayeho ukora arakosa, ariko icyiza nuko iyo wamenye ko wakoze amakosa wiyemeza gukosora. Numva rero nk'inzego z'ibanze dukora n'abandi bafatanyabikorwa, tugakurikirana ko abaturage dushinzwe baba urubyiruko mwahoze mubivuga ko urubyiruko mu by'ukuri urubyiruko rutagiye mu makoperative rutangira amashya cyangwa se rwinjire mu yasanzwe. Asanzwe arimo abantu bakuze gusa niyo statut bigaragara, niko bigaragara. Abantu bakuze nibo benshi bari mu makoperative. Ayo yazasenyuka mu gihe abo bantu baba bashaje nta babasimbura. No mu bijyanye n'imiyoborere, uko umuntu akura niko ubushobozi bwe bwo kwiga ibintu bishyashya haba mu ikoranabuhanga cyangwa se no mu mategeko bugenda buba bukeya. Ni ngombwa rero ko hinjizwa amaraso mashyashya mu miyoborere, mu mikorere y'aya makoperative. Ibijyanye n'ikoranabuhanga RCA yabikoze neza kuko yadushyiriyeho systeme amakoperative asabiramo ubuzima gatozi ashobora gusabiramo icyo ari cyo cyose yifuza gukorana na RCA. Iyo systeme kandi n'umuntu ku giti cye yayinjiramo agatanga amakuru cyangwa akavuga icyo yifuza, nk'uko koperative nayo yinjiramo igasaba ibyo ishaka. Ku rwego rw'umurenge bakinjiramo bakapuruva cyangwa bakemeza ubusabe ku buzima gatozi. Ku rwego rw'akarere naho bigakorwa kugeza kuri RCA kugeza ubuzima gatozi bwabo bw'agateganyo cyangwa bwa burundu busohotse. Numva rero genda ibindi bibazo banze ndi bugende mbisubiza buhoro buhoro uko bigenda bibazwa, ariko nari mbashimiye ku mwanya mwari mumpaye.
Thank you so much.
Murakoze cyane.
I think he has hit the nail, right? Has hit the nail kubisi nyundo kumusumari. So now we have of course as I said previously, of course there may be some questions from audience to their representatives, those want not to local government authorities. They will have just there will be a time for you audience, dear audience. But as I said, we have our brother there from Runyanza, but also have someone else from Ruamagana who's representing the district. Just to add, thank you.
Murakoze mugenzi wanjye bivuzeho neza byose urebye ibibazo dufite duhuriyeho twese mu turere ni bimwe bishingiye ku miyoborere n'imicungire y'umutungo. Urebye naho ngo twese nibyo duhuriyeho
biri rusange. Ntabwo rero bigarukaho cyane kuko n'urebye n'ikibitera usanga ahanini n'ubumenyi buke y'abayobozi n'abayoborwa. Usanga mbere mu itegeko rishya ry'amakoperative ryavugaga kuyobora koperative ko hari manda y'imyaka 3. Imyaka 3 ikajya kurangira umuyobozi cyangwa se komite ye bagisetinga uko barayobora koperative, imyaka 3 ikaba irashize hagahita hajya abandi. Mu by'ukuri babandi byo bamaze gusetinga, iyo haje abandi abashya akenshi usanga nabo bashyiraho ibyabo, nabo bagira ngo bagiye gufata umurongo bagenderaho wo guteza imbere koperative, ya myaka 3 nayo ikabivuyemo. Uyu munsi rero nibura turashima RCA kuko itegeko yararihinduye ishyiraho imyaka 5 mu itegeko rishya ryasohotse mu kwezi kwa gatandatu umwaka wa 2024, nibura n'imyaka 5 yongerwa isubirwamo, nibura yari imyaka 5 igasubirwamo indi myaka 5 ikaba imyaka 10, nibura uko biri kose umuyobozi wa koperative cyangwa komite ye hari icyo baba bakoze mu myaka 10. Aho rero bitanga icyizere ko nibura hari ikizaba gihindutse. Ikindi tubona nk'imbogamizi abayoborwa, reka ndeke kuvuga abayobozi ba koperative kuko twabavuzeho cyane, ariko aba members nabo bagombye kugira uruhare rwabo. Bati uruhe ibyinshi bipfa bari kubireba, bigakomeza bikangirika babire ntibavuge. Rero kugeza ubwo koperative igera muri insolvency rwose muri itabasha kubyuka kandi abanyamuryango barayibonye. Abanyamuryango rero bakwiye kugira umuco wo kuvuga kare, wo kuvuga no, ibi ntitubishaka cyangwa se ibi nibihagarare. Iyo babivuze kare baganatabaza, nibura ubuyobozi turahaguruka tukagira ibyo dutangira tugakumira ibintu bitaraba bibi cyane. Abanyamuryango nabo bakeneye mu by'ukuri kwegerwa, uko usanga akenshi iyo dukoze amahugurwa dutumira abaperezida ba komite, ariko abanyamuryango nyirizina ni gake cyane bahugurwa. Mu byo dutekereza kuzajya dukora nuko tuyatumanuka tukajya kugura koperative iwabo, b'abanyamuryango bose bahari, bakamenya nabo ko bafite ijambo, bakamenya bwa burenganzira bwabo, ku buryo igihe biri kuba bibi babireba bazajya bavuga ngo no duhagarike ibi nibi bihagarare, ntago bikwiye ko bikomeza gukorwa tubireba. Uyu munsi wa none RCA iri mu gikorwa cyitwa categorization. Iri irakora categorization y'amakoperative, irayashyira mu byiciro. Hari koperative uko biri kose ntabwo zinganya ubushobozi, nta nubwo zinganya imikorere. Hari zimaze gukura mu kigero cyayo, mu rwego ruri hejuru, mu rwego ruri medium niko nabivuga, cyangwa middle. Hanyuma na koperative zikiri ntoya, iyo categorization iriho iraba, ntabwo icyakora irarangira, ariko nirangira tuzaba dufite umurongo tugendera tuvuga ngo izi koperative zirakuze, turazitwara muri ubu buryo, izi ziracyari ntoya cyane, turasabwa imbaraga zingana gutya kugira ngo nazo zizakure zigire aho zigeze. Ubuyobozi ibindi tugerageza gukora, dukorana n'inzego za leta n'ibindi bigo mu kugeza product ku makoperative cyangwa se no kubaha amakuru y'ibigezweho. Uyu munsi hari amafaranga usanga ari mu bigo by'imari amakoperative atayazi. Hari imishinga ya sidati iri gukorwa kandi ifite za miliyari nyinshi cyane ziri muri za sako, abanyamuryango managers ba sako bari barabizi, ariko ugasanga koperative z'abahinzi ari amafaranga ari muri sako yitwa amafaranga ya sidati, hari amafaranga ya economic fund recovery to na yari muri sako, hari amafaranga ya kataza rubyiruko ari muri sako, benshi usanga batayazi. Na amafaranga agenewe ubuhinzi n'ubworozi kandi bafata bakishyura kuri rate ntoya cyangwa se ku nyungu ntoya cyane. Rero abantu turi hano b'amakoperative cyangwa abayobozi ba sako bajye badufasha no kumanura ayo makuru agere ku muhinzi hasi, agere kuri koperative yo hasi, kugira ngo umuturage tabaho ashakisha kapito yarayibuze kandi imwegereye hafi aho ngaho kuri sako akabura amakuru. Ndabashimiye, murakoze.
How much is it? Please, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, okay, the ball goes to Amir. We'll give the microphone later. So you have some products that are cooperative beneficiaries are not aware of. Now, Brother Albert, we have exhausted. Okay? Not exhausted, but at least we have touched on different corners of on different local corners.
Yes.
Should we move out of Rwandan borders to know what's happening there?
It's prudent for us to do that.
Can I hand you the microphone?
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. And for our speakers for those powerful insights on the experiences, perspectives in the Rwandan cooperative movement. So moving on, my sister, Dr. Mary, we saved you for the last, for this first run. And building on what we've already covered, I remember Dr. Victor said earlier that the cooperative movement in Kenya is number 1 in the sub-Saharan African region, and also number 7 in the context of the whole world. That itself, Dr. Mary, speaks a lot. And therefore, it tells me that there is something that the Kenyan cooperative movement is doing that we need to look into. You, currently now, you're wearing 2 hats. You are a researcher. Secondly, you're representing Africa. Now, the question will be, from all that we've learned, and you also have the Kenyan perspective, how therefore will the African cooperatives collaborate, especially in the context of cross-border relationships, so that the whole cooperative movement is able to move together with that momentum that the Kenyan cooperative has built?
Wow, that's a great question, Doctor. And let me ask the audience, if it happens, we forget maybe not everything, but many things which have been discussed here, at least keep that one. Icyo ntitukibagirwa kuko nicyo dushobora gutuma n'amakoperative yacu akomera. Muri Kenya bageze ku rwego rwo hejuru ukomeye, haba muri Afrika na mbere ku isi hose. None twebwe izacu ziracyacumbagira. Reka twumve icyo agiye kutubwira, hazigaye natwe dukira abantu bose batureba. Murakoze.
Thank you very much for the question. I think you have loaded the question. But I think I'll respond. I think the first one is maybe some products or models that have already worked in Kenya, in maybe different parts of the world, that maybe the SACCOs and cooperatives or microfinances can adapt. One of the models that has worked is what we call warehouse receipt system, such that members do not need collateral to access loans. Basically, they do not need security, such that the receipt that they have delivered this level of produce can be used as a backup to actually get access to credit services. So that one has worked both at the member level and also at the cooperative level. When you're coming to the cooperative, you already know you have received this much you are supposed to sell, and maybe you'd like to hold on the sales until the price gets to a certain level. In that period of holding, you can still use the receipt warehouse model. And when you're talking about that, we will need what we call SACCO anchored or microfinance or credit union anchored linkages, where the SACCOs and the agricultural cooperatives can actually link together, and not only in terms of credit support, because in Kenya, agricultural cooperatives are not operating as well as the SACCOs. The SACCOs are doing very well, such that the SACCOs are in a position to even support the agricultural cooperatives. How do they support them? Because we also have microfinances here that are doing very well. in terms of dividend payment, instead of the agricultural cooperative investing in a system where the SACCO, the microfinance already has, they can automate the payment. In Kenya, we have the big, what we call big SACCOs that are doing very well. They've already invested a lot in terms of technology. They are assisting, what we call sharing their technology with other smaller cooperatives that are struggling, such that the smaller cooperative do not need to invest in technology a bigger cooperative or a bigger SACCO already has. Through partnerships, through agreements, they have an agreement that we can use, you can leverage on this technology to assist us process our loans, to assist us pay our members, to assist us pay the dividends, and this has proved to work already. Yeah? Then we have the, what we call blended finance, especially in the agri-based space, where when you want to acquire machinery that can assist the cooperative either to process, do a little process or value addition, the machinery is actually very expensive. So what cooperatives have done, they have partnered with both the government, the county government, and partners. Partners include the NGOs, and they have been supported. Like dairy have been supported in terms of acquiring the, what do you call this, milk processing or the cold rooms. The coffee cooperatives, they have been supported through the partnerships, or what we call the blended finance, to acquire metallic drying beds. And this, you don't have to look at only one source of finance. You can seek the same finance through a beneficial agreement between the cooperative and a partner. And maybe lastly, which I think is already here, yesterday I happened to pay a bill using M-Pesa. You use M-Pesa services here, yes? You use MTN, using the a certain USD code. And one thing that has really revolutionized the SACCO and the entire financial industry is services like mobile services. Yeah. Right now, in some of the agricultural cooperatives, when a member comes and they want to be paid, it is no longer a requirement for them to have a bank account. Yeah. Because bank is not the only mode of payment, or SACCO is not the only mode of payment. In those areas where people cannot access some of these services, the cooperatives are going up to the extent of linking their payment to their mobile phone numbers. What does that mean? It means immediately the cooperative pays, the member immediately gets the funds. And just to build onto that, they have even digital loans. A loan that you can apply using your phone. You know, some of the loans and credit requirements are timely. So members want them almost immediately. So we have facilities that have been created by the cooperatives that the members can access using their mobile phones. And this will be pegged on how much milk have you been delivering, how much produce have you been delivering to this cooperative. They already know that maybe in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months, you deliver this much. So in case you need a loan of, you know your amounts are in thousands, as you're used to hundreds in terms of money. But in case you want like $1,000 or a 50 USD loan, something of the sort, if it's small finance, it can be accessed through the mobile phone to improve on accessibility. And we are talking about inclusion, such that you do not create so many hurdles for your members to actually get access to this finance. So some of these are actually working very well, and they are doing very well. And even even the bigger loan facilities, automation and leveraging on technology has really helped. Like I will tell you the example of my SACCO. I've been a member of the SACCO for maybe five years or so. The other time I was discussing with a friend of mine and I was telling them, I don't know where our SACCO offices are. And they were wondering, how can you not know where your SACCO offices are? Because the first thing, how did I apply to join? I applied online. I filled the form, provided my identification, I was registered. How do I save? I save virtually, yeah? Either from my M-Pesa or the employer cuts an amount and directly sends to the SACCO. What happens when I need a loan? The same procedure. I fill the form, send it to the online, it is processed. And what happens? It reduces the time. To save, you can easily save, even the cutting before I actually get the money. It is a good saving habit, yeah? I am hoping you can try it out. Yeah, where your employers deduct the saving before getting the salary, it helps also in terms of debt collection, yeah? It's almost, it reduces on the default rate, yeah? So some of these facilities you can consider, and some you already have the technologies in place. Some you'll need to partner with other cooperatives or other financial institutions. But at the end of the day, you are trying to ensure your members get whatever service they would like from the cooperative as fast and as efficiently as possible. And that is what builds the membership and builds the loyalty of the members to the cooperative. Yeah, thank you.
Let's clap for her. That was very insightful. I didn't know about warehouse receipt model. That's good. That's a good idea. And she spoke about other elements there, all the way to leveraging technology. I am hoping that Mr. Jackson will also, come back to comment on that maybe a little bit later, so that it can add more value, especially for the Rwandan context. While you still have the mic, and this we're getting into our second session, my question here is actually related to what you've already tackled, leveraging technology. So I would just want to ask, is there anything else you could add specifically on leveraging technology that we here in Rwanda could be able to, exploit?
I have mentioned quite a number of them, because in terms of leveraging technology, the first one is automation. It is unavoidable at this day and age. Members want access to services at their own convenience. They do not want to leave the house to go join membership, to go request for a loan. So how do you get that member who wants the loan or the credit facility and they are still at home, yeah? So the only way you can do that is by automating the services, from a credit application to processing. You set limits. If your loan is below this amount, it does not need to go through the maybe committees that probably would have delayed the process, but you still get to meet all the requirements. Then another one on innovation, and that is something that the M-Pesa services, yeah? In Kenya we call it M-Pesa, but here it is mobile. And I've realized it is there, and it is actually revolutionizing the industry, such that SACCOs now in Kenya are fighting for their own central bank, quote unquote, because they do not want, if I want to process a check as a SACCO, I go through the Central Bank of Kenya. So right now there's a bill in Parliament to create a central liquidity facility for SACCOs. What will that mean? SACCOs will be able to do, or cooperatives generally, because it will not only be limited to SACCOs, they can do SACCO to SACCO direct exchange. Yeah? So one of the now looking forward in terms of innovation, where the cooperative movement is looking at, they're like, if we go through the bank, we get to be deducted some transaction fees when you are transferring money. When you go through M-Pesa, because it is a platform or the mobile money, we are still getting deducted some facilities. So right now, it is already operating. It is under experimental stages in some. We have like all the teacher SACCOs and cooperatives. They have come together and formed an institution just to do seamless payment, such that if I am a member of this SACCO here and you are a member of this SACCO here and you want to transfer me money, you don't have to go through any third intermediary. There is a facility that is direct. You can just click send, the money moves from your SACCO to their SACCO without the bank, without mobile, without any other third party. So that lowers the cost of transaction, makes transactions faster. It is enabling the SACCOs and the cooperatives to do interlending, because some cooperatives are struggling, others are doing well. They would like to be able to assist these smaller SACCOs still in that sphere. Yes.
Wow. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her.
Yeah, sure.
Very, very nice insight. But,
yeah, thank you so much. Wow. That shows the strength of the cooperatives. Now they are just claiming to have their own central bank.
That is resilience.
It's a resilience.
Adapting to challenges.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they come up with innovation, something like that. Yeah, thank you so much. And we captured. Emil Jackson. From previous presentations and from previous comments, they talked about, let me start with what Dr. said. She talked about a financial model, which is among the factors of success of cooperatives in Kenya. That financial model where collaterals are not needed. Do you think that model, or does it work in Rwanda? Is it operational within those microfinance institutions, those financial institutions you are representing? They also talked about some products unknown to cooperatives, which may constitute a barrier. So what do you do? What's your plan to make those products known to cooperatives? And if I'll try to summarize my question, I'll say cooperatives are facing many financial challenges. What are your strategies as financial institutions to tackle them and to allow those institutions to come to you, those cooperatives to come to you and be successful? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rinda. And thanks to the fellow panelists. I've heard a lot from here, but again, I have heard a lot for the last 15 years. Probably before I come to that, I just want to let Dr. know that in 2011, I was among the first cohort from Rwanda. By then I was working with the Rwanda Cooperative Agency to attend a course. By then it was called Cooperative College of Kenya in Karen. So I spent there 3 months. I was doing a diploma in cooperative management and administration. When we were there, and I tried to go to the field, I went to Nyeri, I went to Kirinyaga, I was in Embu, all those areas. By then, Kenya was #1 in Africa and #7 in the whole world, as far as cooperative movement is concerned. And when we were there, Rwanda was not ranked. In 2011, it was not ranked. So I think Dr. Innocent talked about that evolution of the cooperative movement in Rwanda. So with our history, with what? Why did I start from there? From the first policy, because the revised cooperative policy in Rwanda, I think, was in 2006. The first Finiscope survey of its kind was conducted in 2008. The first financial cooperative in terms of Umrenje Sacco started in 2009. So you can see everything start in years back. Why did I want to start from there? Anything we start in Rwanda, by hook or crook, succeeds. So I don't want us to be scared, me and you, those who are here.
Tell them.
Please, do not be scared. Kenya, 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 Kenya. We have heard about this and we know. We have statistics today. And I have been behind this. I've been part of this ever since 2010, when I joined Rwanda Cooperative Agency, to date. So I'm going to give you different dimensions statistically. Now, When you look at the statistics, when we are starting the first cooperative movement policy in 2006, we had only 32 cooperatives. I mean financial cooperatives, both CAPEC and MFIs. 32. Today, we are talking 457 financial institutions, both SACCOs and MFIs. Secondly, we are talking about a model that is not in any country in the whole world called the Umurenge Sacco that was established to draw services near to the citizen. You cannot find it anywhere in the whole world. Bring one. The World Bank report today indicates that a common citizen Rwandan can walk a maximum 5 kilometers to get a financial service. That's World Bank report. Impressive. 5 kilometers maximum. Because we have, in every administrative sector in Rwanda, we have Umurenge Sacco. That is one. The other thing is that when the Umurenge Saccos started in Rwanda, they were housed, they were accommodated by the administrative sectors. Nyanza, you can bear witness. Rwamagana, you can bear witness. The government of Rwanda just gave them an office in administrative sector. And the government decided to give them an office, a computer, a printer, and 3 employees, manager, loan officer, and a cashier. No, manager, accountant, and a cashier. And the government of Rwanda paid them for 3 years. I just want to discuss this with you. I have some fellow countrymen here. Can you tell me that today almost 95% of the SACCOs have their own premises in terms of houses? Same plan across the country? Yes or no? Very good. All SACCOs, all Umurenge SACCOs, almost 95%, they are in their own premises, same plan across the country. Remember where I started from. Now, today, as we speak, all the SACCOs across the country have one core banking system called ICBS on a shared platform, and it is a multi-tenant system. All the 416 use one shared platform. How did they get that? The collaboration between the government and the Baturage and the financial and the SACCOs, that linkage. And how is that system helping us? It is helping the SACCOs to reach out to their clients in a seamless and real time. Today, every member of a SACCO has a service what we call push and pull. You can communicate with your account, you check the balance, you pull to your telephone, or you push. And when we talk about the clients or members of the SACCO, we are talking about members of the cooperatives. Where else can you get them? They are members of the cooperatives. Because we don't have members for SACCO and they are not members of the cooperatives nearby. Because sometimes we tend to draw a line. There is no line whatsoever. The members of those cooperatives are the same members of the SACCOs. So we have already achieved that. You will not find anywhere in this world where the Umurenge SACCOs are consolidated to form a district SACCO. Today, as we talk, we have 15 district SACCOs on top of the Umurenge SACCOs that we have. You will not find it anywhere where the SACCOs merge and form a district SACCO. And the ultimate goal is to form 30 district SACCOs where the Umurenge SACCOs formed them, and eventually they will form a cooperative bank. We have a cooperative bank in Kenya, and it's a model, we know that. But that's where we are heading. I am bringing this history and background so that my fellow countrymen are not scared, but put their pen down and write. Therefore, come to you, Daktari. the question of, one, how do we leverage technology? We already have technology. The financial institutions already have technology. RCA, I don't know whether they are here. We have what we call management information system for cooperatives. You know that? So what we are looking forward for now is what we call integration mechanisms, where the cooperatives are going to be mapped and then they are integrated in the system that is already existing in the financial institutions. We are going to be doing an integration. Because now, SACCOs have systems, cooperatives, we have a core bank, rather a management information system we have where we can pull the information. Now we are going to be linking with the existing system. We call it integration. That is number one. Number two, I told you that now clients of these SACCOs and MFIs, they push and pull. That is not enough. That's why Dr. was trying to challenge us about getting a service more, rather, M-Pesa, while here. I just want to know if there is no one here in this house who is using more cash in this country. More cash is, some people know that it is for MTN or what? Never. MTN is housing it, but it is for NCBS. Do you know that bank? NCBA. It is called NCBA, that bank. Where does that bank come from? Kenya. But, yeah, I know those are Kenyans clapping hands. Nevertheless, we Rwandans, what we know better, we know how to learn from the best. We know that very well and in a silent mode. So, today, after all the SACCOs have been automated and the district SACCOs are there, we do an upscale or an upgrade of the system. We are going to establish what we call a shared agents banking for microfinance. Shared agents banking for microfinance. It's an initiative and a project that is already designed and taking shape, championed by Amir and Access to Finance Rwanda. That is coming to solve, yes, you can pull, you can push, but can you get your cash elsewhere, regardless of the circle you come from? So that is the agents banking. We are going to be having agents across the country, so that wherever you are, regardless of the circle you come from, you can now pull, put on your phone, and then tell the agent, give me my cash, if you want cash. So we are doing that to help the cooperative members, wherever they are, to get their money cash if they want cash, or deposit if they want to deposit, regardless of where they have their account. You can have your account in Nyanza, but you find yourself in Nyagatare. So you should be able to deposit, because you can take, for example, fish from Rusizi, and you are going, for example, to sell it in Kirehe. After you have sold fish, you should go to that agent, and then you deposit your money. That is a project that has already started. We are now signing MOUs, and we are signing with MFIs and SACCOs to integrate. So, on that also, we are working on what we call digital financial services. I liked where she came up with a scenario of a member of a SACCO who said, I don't know where our offices are. They are Cape Off. Because it reduces time, energy, and resources. Because for me to be a good member, I don't need to look at the office. I need to look at the services. Yeah. So, we are also, as Amir, and when I talk as Amir, I'm talking on behalf of all MFIs and SACCOs. We have embarked on developing different digital financial services. And why are we doing this? When you look at the recent Finiscope survey, I don't know, we will share these findings. The Finiscope survey indicates that below 50% of the adult population in Rwanda have limited the usage of the financial services in our country. But when you look at the overall, they say 90% access, 96% access to finance, but usage below 50%, meaning we need to increase different digital financial services to the cooperatives, to MSMEs, to SMEs, and individual borrowers. And the only way we can do that is to empower financial institutions and cooperatives. Lastly, because honestly we are many, and the time is not our best ally, what we are doing, I like our colleague from Wamagana. Wamagana district is our best partner of a meal. We have Kataza product, Kataza program. This money that is sitting on the circle is not for the circle managers. It is for members in the community. Mainly we are targeting MSMEs and SMEs. But of course, we look at the cooperatives nearby. So the money we have, for example, Kataza, it's for agriculture, tourism, and hospitality. So cooperatives in that cohort will benefit from that money by all means. See that agriculture. So cooperatives in agriculture will benefit from that. Remember, SACCOs have two pillars, business and social. So there is no way they can keep money when we have agriculture cooperatives in that area. But again, we must have value chains. You know, these things may take time when we... Not everyone in agriculture will benefit from this. It must be in the value chain that money came to serve. Maybe maize, maybe tea, maybe the rest. So, lastly, Doctor, our role as a MIR is to mobilize resources and have as many projects as possible. Secondly, it is to provide financial education and literacy to the cooperators, to MSMEs, and link them to the financial institutions. Lastly, is to advance technology so that digital financial products will help our people not to move climb mountains, valleys, and to go and look for services. We want to remove 5 kilometers I mentioned so that you can be able, especially for women that are multitasked, can be able to enjoy the services. I will ask maybe UNILAK to organize this as many as possible so that we can let people know what Africa is doing, what Kenya is doing, but also what Rwanda is doing, where we have come from and where we are heading, looking at the trajectory. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, is that enough? Is that enough? No. Now that's what you call Rwandan model, right? That's what we call Rwandan model. And sometimes I tell my friends that in this country there are so many things happening, there's so many opportunities available we are not aware of, right? And the country is moving faster than us. So, and this is the purpose of such a gathering, such a conference. Because we heard from Kenya, we heard from our country, the country are in. So then together, by putting all those knowledge together, we should get out of this room stronger and stronger than ever, right? Stronger than ever. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What? Now, yes. There's these for those who read the Bible talks about a king who prayed to God, then the God ended up what's the technical form? Stopping the sun. Said, no, God, can you stop the sun? Look, it's almost night. But we have, it's like we are starting. Now, we heard from those people. Now, if you allow, I'll give a microphone to the audience. Maybe for people who have like 2 burning questions, don't know, 2 or 3 burning questions, please. Yes, dusangire jambo. If you have those burning questions, please, the floor is yours. And I'm so glad you are all still here. My mom, when I heard her, she used to tell me, my son, don't sleep before you eat. Make sure you don't sleep before you eat. Please, microphone to you. Okay, very good. Doctor, if there's anyone else, let's move so that we can go so fast. Who are you, and who your question is addressed to? Yes. Okay, let's see if that one
You could
works.
also use the microphones, just tapping on the button there.
Okay, if it doesn't work, let's just use this one. Okay, this one. We're going to try to be straightforward.
Yes, sure. Thank you. I'm Valens Nzawahai. I'm a UNILAK alumni from Masters of Business Administration in Project Management. So I have a question I need the answer from Sir from Amir. My question is, you have shared with us a good communication, but I have a confusion between SME and SME. Thank you.
Okay, another one. So quickly, please don't waste it. Okay.
My name is Marcus Sadaboke. I'm a final year student for Bachelor's of Finance. I'm from Nigeria. Yeah, I study in UNILAK Nyanza campus. My question is directed to Mr. Innocent. Yeah, so you talked about cooperative management. So my question is basically, in reality, we understand that many cooperatives also fall despite their strong business models they put together. They also fall due to sometimes internal politics and maybe some power talk or something. So I really want to know, how can the management actually design structures that both empower ordinary members and prevent the elite people from capturing the cooperative without stifling the efficiency of the cooperative?
Okay, thank you so much. I was
behind right there.
I was saying maybe only two questions, but I feel just very inspired. Let me just give a microphone to another person. And if there is also a fourth one, I'll be so happy to invite you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Muhire, and I'm a student at UNILAK at Kigali campus. So I would like to ask my question, which states like, how can partnership between cooperatives and the academic institution like ICBMI promote sustainable growth? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me ask a doctor to answer to that question. To that question, any other? But cooperative members, where are you? Turakibaza ndio turakibaza mu Kinyarwanda nta kibazo. Mbere nibyo babavugiye bari abayobozi murabyema nibyo kamuvuge gahoro kugira ngo batumva ariko nta kibazo mwabivuga tukagira. Okay, if there's any other question, maybe, you know, l'appétit vient en mangeant, maybe as they respond, some other questions may come. Thank you. To you, then to Innocent, then to Doctor. Thank you.
Me first?
Yes.
I think mine is very simple. From Valens, I think Valens wants a difference between MSMEs and SMEs. Valens, that's a bit academic, but let me try to solve that. The difference is just small. When it comes to MSMEs, we are referring to micro, small, and medium enterprise. Micro, small, and medium enterprise. So we have micro, small, and average.
Maybe as a lecturer, good news, you are a lecturer. Can you give also an example?
Very good.
Very good.
So as a lecturer, yes. So we talk about MSMEs. We are talking about the very, very small enterprises in a community. Let me give an example. Maybe let's talk about a boutique. A boutique in a community, or maybe someone selling some handcraft materials in a boutique. So it is something very small. So we used to talk about SMEs only. So SMEs, now we're talking about small and medium enterprise. Can be small, but medium enterprise. So you can maybe talk about a butcher, you can talk about maybe a big shop in the community. So we used to talk about only that. But as development economists evolved, they realized that there are small businesses in the community that need to be strengthened in the community. Someone is maybe having a small business selling maybe mat or selling a basket. So that's when we narrowed it down to MSMEs, meaning an MSME is absolutely small compared to SME. So an SME is now relatively bigger, small and medium enterprise. So that's the difference. Therefore, our interventions look at, one, first go deep and look at the smallest entities of business and help them. Then help them to grow to SMEs, help them to grow to cooperatives, and then help them to grow eventually maybe to companies, and that is the evolution and that is the trend. Probably that's the clarification I can give to Valens now. We go to Dr. Innocent.
Thank you. There was a question about how can cooperatives improve management so that they cannot fail. Seeing that many cooperatives fail because of poor management. I think it is not easy to answer this question in a few words, but I will try by just going back to the history of cooperatives. The first thing is the concept of cooperative, which is not understood yet. The concept of cooperative is not yet understood. I think we have to do more to make people understand really what is a cooperative. Just going back to history, in Rwanda, before colonial period, we had the cooperative concept, even if it was not called the cooperative. But Rwandans knew the importance of cooperation, because that's where the concept comes from, cooperation. And people were coming together to solve the common problem, the problem that people share. They come together and they resolve the problem by themselves. I think you have some models, Ubudehe, Umuganda, this we know. So now today, as I gave you the history, the evolution of cooperatives, cooperatives have been formed from the top without members knowing or being interested in the cooperative that is being created. So what we must do now is to teach members how to solve their problems by themselves. Because today, members create cooperatives by just expecting aid from government, from donors. They say, okay, let's create a cooperative and it will be sponsored, will be supported. But the spirit of cooperation, people coming together to identify the common problem and resolve the problem together as cooperative members. This is what is needed today to teach cooperative members to know their rights, to know how to solve their own problems by coming together. And if you are training people about leadership skills, about accounting skills, about transparency, about strategic planning, about business planning. But this will require members to understand the concept of the cooperative, to understand that the cooperative is theirs, not created from someone else from the top, but they come together by themselves, they identify the common problem, the common need, and they look for solutions by themselves. If this is not well understood, problems will persist. So the first effort we must do is just to teach members the concept of the problem. I mean the concept of the cooperative. To teach them their rights. To tell them how to stand for their rights. If there is a leader mismanaging the cooperative members have the right to remove the president of the cooperative, or the board of directors, or the supervisory committee. They have this right. The problem, they don't know their rights. They think that they must expect RCA to come in, the district to come in. They don't know they have the right to resolve their own problems. And this is what we must do as academia, to teach members their right, how to resolve their own problems, to teach them that cooperatives, they are theirs. And this is how it will be even easier to teach them other skills like accounting, like leadership, and so on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have to repeat? Thank you so much. Now, the last question was addressed to Doctor. Yeah, it was. What was the question again, brother? My brother? Yeah. Was about my mic on. Your question. Can you? Yes, that question you asked.
Okay, thank you. I asked, how can partnership between cooperatives and academic institutions like ICBMI promote sustainable growth?
Thank you so much. Back to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Because you're wearing just a double costume.
I think you've basically asked how can partnership between the cooperatives and the university improves generally cooperatives. Yeah. The first point would be on in terms of capacity building. Yeah. One thing very common in most cooperative universities and just generally institutions of higher learning is that there is a lot of knowledge generated at that level. There are solutions, there are students, there is research that is done, and all this, if there is no direct linkage with the cooperative movement, if there is no partnership, there is no way that this knowledge can be shared with the cooperatives. And at the end of the day, that knowledge will not benefit the right parties. So a partnership between the institutions are necessary. One of the main challenges is that most of the time researchers like myself speak in research language, yeah? And they are not able to digress whatever research that they have done into simple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of implementation. Yeah? And one of the solutions that so far we have tried as a cooperative university, we have a conference that is both academic, where researchers meet researchers and policymakers, and we have another conference. We normally call it the Cooperative Movement Stakeholders Conference. why exactly did we create this conference after having so many academic research conferences? We realized that the parties that we want in these conferences, the solutions we want the movement to receive, they're not able to receive those solutions. So what do we do in that conference? It's a conference that the Ministry of Cooperative, we have a Ministry of Cooperative, is a partner. The Cooperative University is also a partner of that specific conference, and the cooperative movement. So in that specific conference, the target is not even the researchers, it is the cooperative leaders. Okay. And whatever researchers that, of course, in terms of research, you receive so many good projects, good proposals. In that conference, we handpick some of the best ideas, some of the solutions. We handpick creative ideas like different cooperative models that we have not even tried to experiment as a country, but other countries have experimented with, and they are working. It creates a space purely for innovation, for linkages where different cooperatives can exchange ideas at the cooperative model. They have platforms to have what do you call them? Like breakaway rooms where they simply go and discuss. We want a breakaway room for agriculture, for savings and credit. We have this and that. You have a policy maker there. You have a researcher there. You have different people with different sources of ideas. So through partnerships are essential and they are unavoidable in this field. It is how do you structure a partnership that can be able to be beneficial to both parties and in a way that both parties can understand each other and implement better.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, I'll ask you now to double your round of applause to our panelists because we have learned from them. Thank you so much for your insights. We are really appreciating. We are appreciative and we really value the knowledge you shared with us. And may God bless you. Now, when they came to the stage, you were just clapping. Now, you have to clap until they return back to their seats. And they deserve. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, and also a big round of applause to Dr. Albert. Also, he did it well, right? Huh? Yes, thank you so much for moderating this session. Now, you have been very generous. Of course, you're not going to deny me what I'm going to ask. Almost the last one. We've been talking about cooperatives. We've been talking about challenges. We've been talking about strength. We've been talking about cooperatives. But we also need to hear about some successful cooperatives. There are some people, if you allow, I'll only ask you to give you just like 20 minutes. Now we have those people with success stories. If you allow, as I'm talking, allow me to ask, sir, to call upon, who's that? Where's my paper? Huh? To call upon the following people. Is Nkanika Richard and UNILAK Donata here. Are those people here? So you're going to start with those ones. Kaka Richard and UNILAK Donata. And then, I don't see them. Jacqueline Twongere. No. Jacqueline from Twongere Musaruro and then Havgiman. Where are those people? Yes, I'll give you just like 3 minutes to each. Just to share their success stories, to tell us, to share with us how successful their cooperatives have been, so that we can learn from them. Sorry. Yeah. Abo bantu mvuze yose amazina ari mu Kinyarwanda. Jacqueline na Havugimana, umwe n'uwo muri Twongera Umusaruro, undi n'uwo muri Kovinyak. Okay, abantu barahari?
Turahari.
Murahari, murakoze cyane. Hanyuma reka tubasabe nimushaka mutambuka hano nanasabe Nkanika Richard na UNILAK Donata tambuka hano maze mu minota itatu mutugezeho maze dutahe twumva ikiza cya koperative tumegwirwa ko koperative zunguka kandi yego karibu hanyuma mwakwicara ngaho yego mwiriwe neza ushatse urashobora wanyura hariya yego reka dutangire nawe rero
Yesu ashimwe bo nitwa Vugimana Salatieri naje mpagarariye koperative yitwa Kabinyake duhinga mu gishanga ku nkengero z'uruzi hano hepfo mu murenge wa Nyakariro tukaba turi abanyamuryango bagera kuri 760 harimo abana n'ubumuga bagera kuri 20 harimo urubyiruko rw'abasore n'inkumi bagera kuri 40 hanyuma harimo abagore 310 n'abagabo 410 ubwo duhinga inyanya intoryi pavuro imiteja intoryi ibihaza ikintu kijyanye cyose n'imboga duhinga dukurikije isoko dufite bwa mbere ni twebwe ubwacu twibera isoko kuko tugurisha abantu duturanye nabo aha tuzengurutse hose ubwo naho bwongeza amahirwe kuba ngeze hano ndi kuvuga nti umuntu wadufasha rwose akatubera isoko yaba tugire neza kuko tweze umusaruro tubutse gusa twabanje gukora mu kajagari bwa mbere ariko amahugurwa twagiye tugeramo ngira ngo UNILAK yaduhaye na certificate twigeze kumarana iminsi baduhugura ndashima yuko ibintu byatangiye kugenda neza kuko mu mwaka umwe tumaze baduhuguye urebye tumaze kugeraho hari abadafite ubushobozi bwo kwishyura mituweli turabishyurira tukabafasha ikaboneka hari uburyo twizigama muri ejo heza twishize hamwe ukabona ntibitugoye turafashanya mu buryo butandukanye iyo ari umuturage ugize akabazo wenda k'amafaranga nk'umwana yatsindishije ishuri araza muri koperative tukaba twamuha amafaranga akajyana umwana ku ishuri akasigara yishyura ubwo nibyo bintu biratwubaka bikanadushimisha gusa tugira ingorane ebyiri kuko hano dukorera hakunda kuba umwuzure w'amazi ukatwangiriza umusaruro ikindi no kuba tudafite uburyo twafata umusaruro neza ku buryo umukiriya yaza agasanga utangiritse ntabwo dufite uburyo bwo gukonjesha nk'imiteja murabizi iyi si uyu munsi umwe itangirika hari inzira mwadufasha tukanyuramo tukazabona uburyo bwo kubika uwo musaruro mwamutugire neza ntabwo navuga byinshi kuko hari n'abagenzi banje murakoze Imana ibahe umugisha
nitwa Unika Richard aho no mucungamutungo wa Sako teganya Busasamana barizwa mu karere ka Nyanza ibyinshi umuyobozi wa Mire yabigarutseho ama challenges Sako zatangiranye kubura aho dukorera icyizere background kubera microfinance yagerageje gomba kugarura icyizere ku banyamuryango cyane cyane kuri Sako zigitangira zidafite ubushobozi dutangira n'abanyamuryango bake bafite n'ubushobozi buke low income cyari ikibazo kitoroshye kugira ngo tubashe kwiyubaka no kugira aho tuva n'aho tugera ariko twabonye support y'ubuyobozi local government baradufashije muri mobilization tugerageza gura focus kuri mobilization tubasha kugera ku banyamuryango bo kugirira icyizere Sako no kubasha kuzigama kugira ngo tubashe kubona amafaranga y'abanyamuryango kugeza uyu munsi twabashije gukora n'abanyamuryango bato bafite ubushobozi buke bibumbiye mu matsinda VCLs cyangwa se amatsinda yo kugurizanya tubasha kumobiliza amafaranga kugeza ubu tuba dufite miliyoni zirenga 800 cyane cyane ziba zituruka muri ba baturage deposit ba baturage b'ubushobozi buke babasha kuzigama kandi amafaranga yabo akabagira umumaro ku kigo cy'imari ndetse no kuri bo kubasha kubona inguzanyo ikindi twabashije gukorana n'abandi ba partners cyane cyane ku bantu bafite ikibazo cy'ama securities ari BDF ikabafasha abantu bafite ingwate ndetse n'amatsinda tukayaguriza abasha kwishingirana hagati yabo badafite ingwate bakabasha kubona inguzanyo ikindi bavuze challenge yo kubona aho dukorera cyari ikibazo nacyo kitoroshye twahereye mu cyumba cy'ubuyobozi badutizaga ariko ubu twabashije kwiyubakira inzu ifite level imwe bigarura icyizere kuri abanyamuryango bumva ko Sako ifite address bayigarurira icyizere bituma babasha kuyigana icyo nacyo cyazamuye icyizere kugira ngo dukorera ndetse tubasha no gukodesha n'abandi bakoreramo kuko abari nini cyane nabo bigira icyo byinjiza ku kigo cy'imari ni byinshi umwanya ni muto ntabwo twabivugaho umwanya muto mu baduhaye ariko iby'ingenzi nuko abanyamuryango cyane cyane bari ubushobozi bacyo kuko ari target twabashije kubageraho savings zabo barazegera mu matsinda bazizana mu kigo cy'imari tubasha kubona savings zihagije arizo deposit zabo zituma tubasha gutanga inguzanyo no kugira ngo ikigo kibashe gukura kugera aho tugeze kugeza aho tugeze uyu munsi. Murakoze.
Murakoze. Amazina nitwa Jacqueline Nyirabahutu, nkaba naturutse mu murenge wa Munyaga, akagari ka Nkungu, umudugudu wa Rushangara, mu murenge wa Munyaga. Ubwo rero njyewe mpagarariye koperative Twongera Umusaruro Munyaga, ihinga avoka mu buso bwa hegitari 1 n'igice, duhinga n'ibigori, duhinga n'imiwembe, dufite n'ishyamba, dutubura n'ubwatsi. Ibyo byose rero nibyo koperative yacu ikora. Dufite n'amazu, dufite sale dukoreramo inama, n'ibikwamo ibikoresho, n'ibikwamo n'ibiro dukoreramo nka biro. Twiyubakiye n'inzu, dufite n'ibyuma 2 bikobora bigasya n'ibisanzwe. Muri koperative yacu rero turi abanyamuryango 30, abagore 24, abagabo 6, kandi harimo n'urubyiruko. Ubwo rero turateganya n'ubundi muri no sezo kuzatera izindi avoka, kandi baduhaye umwanya mukeya, ibindi bagenzi banjye barabivuga. Murakoze.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donata Uwiragiye. I'm here to share the successful of Umurenge Sacco from Sacco to Zamurane Mukingo. There is more achievement in those years. I speak 5 only. We increase financial inclusion. Now 19% of our population have account in our circles. We promote saving culture. Our peoples know how to save, and the education of saving. They have access to affordable credit. We have different rate of interest of our members. Many people said the circles have higher interest rate, but it's not true. We have different interest rate according to the production in agriculture, in commercial, and others. We reduce poverty, empowerment. By giving people access to capital, Sacco empowered them to start income-generating activities. Many families have reported improvement in housing, in education, and in health care as a direct result of Sacco loans. We support national development. Saccos have mobilized more people in savings. Thank you. That is my experience.
Success stories, that's what they are doing, that's where they have come from, that's where they are today. Those are really success stories, right? Please, another big round of applause. So the work we are doing here is not a work, the work we are doing here is not work in vain, but we are just doing something tangible, something measurable, and of course next year or in another conference like this, when you come here, we'll have other different stories from people who have attended this conference. Now, yes, French people, they say, tout bien qui finit bien. How can someone translate? I don't know. But it's all, it's all good when what started well ends well, maybe. We are just coming to the end, and we're going to close the same way we started. We started with a word from, with remarks from our VC. Our VC was representing this institution, university, this UNILAK, and we're going to close with another speech by the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics and Research. But as he prepares to come, I promise you something. Dr. Minje, can you turn on your microphone? We said, what do you want at the end of the day? What do you want those people to go back home with? We talked about research. We talked about this. Those are cooperative members. What do you want them to go back home with? What should they go back home to apply? So, as it's just it's going to take just like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I won't be talking very much since...
If you allow, maybe you can even use the Kinyarwanda because... yes, use the Kinyarwanda, it's much better.
Okay, I'll try. Ntago ndi uvuge menshi cyane kubera ko ibyinshi tuzabivuga ejo turimo turasoza ariko uno munsi ntabwo twabura ibyo twavuga bajyana mu rugo nk'impamvu bajyana mu rugo
to make their cooperative resilient.
Ni ukuvuga ngo kugira ngo koperative zanyu zigire ubudahangarwa cyane bavuze imbogamizi nyinshi muhura nazo abakora ubushakashatsi nabo bakomeje kugaragaza ibyo babonye bishobora no kubafasha gushyira muri koperative zanyu zitandukanye kugira ngo koperative zikomeze kugira ubudahangarwa. Na mukanya tumaze kubona successful stories.
Successful story ni ukuvuga ngo ibyo abantu bagezeho
ibyo abantu bagezeho kandi byakunze byiza kandi twakwigiraho twese hamwe. Rero icyo navuga mu gusoza hano, izi successful stories cyangwa ibyagezweho byose twabonye hano ntago tuba twabazanye kugira ngo bavuge gusa, ahubwo harimo kugira ngo dukomeze kubigiraho, nitumara kubigiraho natwe tugende dukore nk'uko bakora, maze nitumara gukora nk'uko bakora tuzakora iki, natwe tuzakomeza kwiteza imbere cyane kandi koperative zacu zizaba indahangarwa. Nkaba nasoza mvuga ngo twese tumenye kwiga no kwigana. Hari ikintu cyavuzwe hano mu Cyongereza ngo we learn from the best in a silent mode. Rero natwe mureke dukomeze kwigira ku bantu b'indashyikirwa kandi twicecekeye, maze koperative zacu zaba indahangarwa. Murakoze cyane.
Urakoze cyane. Twumvise muri Kenya uko bakora, tugende twumvise byari byose batubwiye, twumvise izo success stories, ariko twanabonye wa musore wa IT ubutaka bwacu uburyo tugomba kugenda tukabumenya, tukamenya icyo dushyiraho, ni ibyo ngibyo tugomba kugira nk'uko Dr. bivuze. Murakoze cyane. Now allow me to invite UNILAK Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics and Research just for a closing remarks and a word of prayer. Thank you so much, and the floor is to you, Doctor.
Good evening. I'm very thankful to all of you, starting from our moderators and from whoever took place to make this day to be successful. So thank you very much. My word, because we shall have enough time tomorrow and look at what we have achieved comparing to what was planned for this conference, just for this evening, is just to say thank you for all of you. I would like to recognize the participants from opening remarks. Sincerely, we have followed the opening remarks from our speakers, our leaders. We are very thankful. We are very thankful to keynote speakers we have all followed the presentation and very good content they have shared with us. We are very thankful to the presenters, the people who have worked hard to carry out the research and come out with the paper which has been shared and presented and which will be disseminated and published from our international journal, which will be used by the whole world by consulting their research papers. So sincerely, your work is not in vain. Especially, I would like to recognize the work done by the discussants here. You have followed the experience. Sincerely speaking, it was a very good experience to learn the experience of cooperatives. So my role here is yet to say thank you to all of you for the work covered today. In a special way, I would like to be thankful to organizers. You have seen how the day was scheduled and how the activities, regardless how many were they, but we have covered a lot due to the good coordination of our conference organizers. So thank you so much, dear organizers of this conference. Especially, I would like also to recognize those presenters who have traveled from different countries to join us for strengthening this conference and for sharing knowledge. So sincerely, we thank you so much. Delegation from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Germany. So we are very thankful. So this evening, it is just to recognize what has been done so far, to recognize the intervention of each and everybody, but in a special way, again, I want to recognize the presence of cooperative leaders and cooperative members, because they are the ones who are beneficiaries, and they are the ones, not only beneficiaries, they are the key milestone for this cooperative movement. Without you, this event could not make sense as it has been. You get what I'm saying? Banyamuryango bayobozi b'amakoperative mwabanye natwe, turabashimye cyane. Ibyavuzwe byose nimwe mubizi, nimwe mubibamo, nimwe mubikora, si byose. So ubumenyi natwe bwagiye buturuka mu bashakashatsi, byose byahurije hamwe kugira ngo bitange iki, kugira ngo bitange just a strong content. I mean, I'm saying, cooperative members, you have made this day more meaningful, because what you have been saying, you are the ones who implement. You are the ones who are on the ground. You are the key players in this cooperative movement. So thank you so much for all of you. So as I close, I want just to give a short notice for cooperative members who have participated. Due to the nature of tomorrow's session, tomorrow's session, there is a specific cooperative leaders that we shall need tomorrow, depending on the nature of the presentation and the topics that will be discussed tomorrow. So those who will be needed will be communicated this evening to be sure and to be aware that they will come tomorrow. So those who will not be communicated, so we thank you so much for your coming, and we thank you for your role played, and we thank you again for the other coming, because we always invite you severally, this conference coming yearly. So that is a notice that I could provide. Maybe let me also give it in Kinyarwanda. Kwagira ngo twongere dushimire abayobozi b'amakoperative n'abanyamuryango b'amakoperative babanye natwe, ariko bitewe n'imiterere y'ibiganiro by'ejo uko bizaba biteye, hari abayobozi b'amakoperative tuzakenera. Ibiganiro by'uyu munsi byari open cyane, ariko iby'ejo hari abantu bazakenerwa. Ubwo organizers ba conference bo baraza guhamagara abo bantu babamenyesha. Abo twabanye rero dushobora kutazabana ejo, twagira ngo tubashimire cyane. ngira ngo nanabamenyeshe yuko mbere ko mutaha hari agatike kanyu kateguwe muze kunyura hariya hari abantu babakira kugira ngo babafashe. Otherwise, I would like to thank you so much. As we close, let us stand up all together and close with the word of prayer. Yeah. Hari na evening coffee, hari agacyayi hariya turaza kuhanyura tugasangire mbere yuko dutaha ntihagire utahana umwuma. Yes. Thank you so much. Let us have a word of prayer. Kindly, please, let us pray. Mureke dusenge. Si byose? Yeah. Our kind and our heavenly Father, this beautiful evening, we are here for you and by you. We thank you for the work done. We thank you so much for responding to our prayer. We have invited you in the beginning of this today's session, and you have responded to our prayer. So we thank you for being with us. We thank you that you are going to accompany each and everybody as we move from this place. And we thank you for tomorrow's session, that you continue to support us, and you bless our families and bless our knowledge and our personalities so that whatever we do can be glorifying your name. Be with us, not only for today, but for forever. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.